for me as they are for you, believe it or not. You type strangely? Ah, it's all fine. But you have a good night. If brains start melt, it's best to give brain break. That's how you played TF2. Dwarves would be very good at cosplaying TF2 characters. I'm not sure how snow is getting in here. Oh, I see. Probably because of the snow around the edge. Let's make 5 iron thrones and 4 iron tables. Nope, I am not running ads. They are automated. I am pausing them when I see that they're running, but I'm not the one clicking the button to make them run. YouTube also has automated ads. I have no way of telling when those are up. So you're not incorrect in that assumption. I still gotta do the underground ones too. It's kind of cool. The dwarves end up like even though this is like not super efficient by having this broken open like this, it's really cool just like watching the dwarves like come out of here and then spiral around repeatedly. You cannot make furniture out of ice, no. You used to be able to. And if you can, I can't figure out how. You used to be able to at one point, but it appears that that is not a thing currently. You used to be able to make furniture out of soap. Let's do that. You can currently in adventure mode, but Tarn isn't certain if he will be able to get that UI in for the release date. In fact, I think that's actually where he leaked the release window in the stream. He said, "I'm not sure if we'll have that ready by April." And I think that he was talking about cabin building is I think the name of the menu. No, you cannot make mechanisms out of ash. You don't need to, though. Just use obsidian. If you're trying to, like, stop things from burning. The only reason that, like, people used... the only reason people used ash to make mechanisms and blocks was it was the only thing that couldn't be destroyed by dragonfire. Which, realistically... Shrug. That's all, I guess. I'm kind of happy that that's not really a thing anymore because it's kind of silly. All right, so this is just going to become a tavern right here. This is going to be a big old tavern. It's my first tavern. Haven't had any taverns in the fort up until this point. Considering, I can't remember what year we founded this fort, but I think this is like year 3 or 4. And we haven't built a tavern yet. New inn/tavern. The chocolate of clasping. We can do better than that. The fruity, frothy, fragrant, fresh, frightful, frosty. Frosty chocolate. There we go. Let's go with the frosty chocolate. It's snow. It's sky. Technically, snow is sky cocaine. Like if we're gonna use those types of terminologies, like at least call it sky cocaine. Say it how it is. You've always been able to change the name of taverns. You click on the little magnifying glass, and you click on the little quill. You can change the name of any zone. Any guild, any tavern, anything. Any zone that has, like, an expansion menu, you can change the name of. Where is the yellow sky cocaine? Probably in Frank Zappa's imagination. So yeah, we will get cabin building in adventure mode. Tarn basically said he's not sure if it's going to make it in right away, which I think is fair. Okay. You just thought it was something you had to deal with? Nope. I mean, you can rename literally anything. You can rename a smelter. Just click the quill. You can rename... Okay, you can't rename a spear. I could rename this table. I could call it Bob's Table. McBlargady. Very useful for... No, you can't be a smelter. I explained this earlier today. Do I need to explain it again? I'm just going to start bopping people if they keep asking to be random non-objects. I'm just never going to do it. And I don't want people to make it into a meme. Because the second it becomes a meme, then people just ask constantly, and then I'll have to just sit here and explain it. You're just making my life difficult. And then sometimes you get really good names, like the Brass Houses, which is the name of that hospital, which is actually a really good name. I like it. Elk. I will explain it again then, since you are seriously that dense. There's a lot of people watching this stream right now. Thousands over a whole day will tune in and watch. We named dwarves because they are a finite resource that are limited, right? So there's a upper limit to the number of times I will have to name a thing in a fort. We're talking about forts that have thousands of constructed objects. So if literally I'm just sitting here naming things after things the entire stream, I'd literally just be naming things the whole time. And I really don't feel like that is engaging or fun gameplay for me or the viewer. So absolutely not. Stop asking. And if you keep asking, I'm just going to start bopping people eventually because I'll start getting annoyed about it. And that isn't really a threat, but it is kind of like no, like, actually, please stop asking. It's a very logical thing. It's like, I'm never going to do it. And if you make it into a meme, that's just annoying. Nobody enjoys that. It's okay. You're fine. But, like, understand no is no. I'm not going to do it. It's not like it's something I haven't thought about. Thank you. I enjoy your presence. Thanks for watching my stuff. Even if I seem cranky sometimes. I do still like the fact that people watch these streams. And let's do that and that. Okay, let's jump down to the lowest layer. Okay. That can get unforbidden, and that can get unforbidden. Let's go all the way down here. Build those. Why do we gotta go so fast, nasty ninja? Wherever will he find more? You know, you joke, but I might, to build the thing that I want to build, I might actually have to, what's the word? Build a thing that allows me to put water onto the surface so that I can make ice. Also, thank you very much for the $5 super chat. I just made $5 on YouTube. Appreciate you. I feel contempt reading this donation. Thank you for being so up to date on Dwarf Fortress. Appreciate you. Thanks for watching. Ice farming. I don't know where I'm going with this. Yeah, our ice farms. Very effective way of killing things. Also, there is part of me that's slowly plotting to see, like, can I... Like, I definitely could probably, like, drop enemies into water that instantly freezes in this fort. I could definitely probably do that, but lava's the higher priority. More like Goblin Snow Cone Maker, but yeah. I don't understand how YouTube notifications work, but I mean, I hope it's not a dwarven soft serve maker, because if I'm turning my own dwarves into ice, we have a problem. Also, interesting thing. Apparently, Twitch lowered the price of bits in a lot of regions. I haven't actually looked, but first time in 10 years, you finally learned the game enough to build a sustainable maximum population fortress, thanks to you. Well, cheers. Happy to help, Trix. Oh, true. Yeah, no, dwarves would not want to become shaved ice. They'd want to be bearded ice. This is a very, very accurate statement. Oh, shit. I just realized there's actually more stuff. Kitfox sent out an email, apparently. You guys want to see what goblins look like? Hold on, let me download these. They're in my email. You missed a very important part of that. Gobble, 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 in. This isn't insider info, this is public. So we have this map, which actually has a castle on it. That's cool. Lin. You know what? I need to make a goblin sound command, which is just the gobble sound command, except I say Lin at the end. Anyway. Just very blunt, Lin. Anyway, so we have this. That's cool. So this is a human city, I would assume, with a very large central castle and a small, like, farming town. Cool. That's dope looking. Okay, what else do we have? Hold on, let me just shut this off so I don't accidentally leak something that I'm not supposed to. Like my address. Not like images or anything, but like, you know, my address. Then we have this. Y'all like kobolds? There's some kobolds. Look at these little morons. Oh, they did straight up put out a news update for it? Okay, let me just open that up. And then, Dobbins. Goblins. Man, they even have injuries. Look at that. No eyes. No missing ears. This one doesn't have an arm. This one also doesn't have an arm. Cool. Lots of teeth missing. Yep. Many teeth missing. Well, fortunately, teeth are only like 2 pixels, so that's not too much to knock out. Yeah, both on the ones on the right side are missing their right arm. It's a little ironic. Then we don't know if these ones are missing arms because they have cloaks on. All right, let's take a look at the other thing. Yeah, I got such a more video to make tonight. Jesus Christ. Characters will now have a face. Next new interface, adventure mode brings rich conversations with characters. This will help bond your unique party of adventurers and will add weight to the stories. Can create your own thing, blah, blah, blah. The world map and adventure mode is see change with important landmarks such as roads, towns, and homes being much more easily visible. Adventure modes holds limitless possibilities, blah, 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 blah. We also remain busy working on Fortress mode in parallel to develop development on adventure mode and look forward to sharing an exact date. You know, another reason to explain to people who get annoyed by how slow the development is of Dwarf Fortress, people need to remember that they're literally making like 3 games at once. So, you know. Well, I can close my email now. I don't know why I wasn't expecting them to do that. I thought it was just gonna be the video. Holy shit, hi Shen. What is up? What's going on? Hey Shen and friends, you guys like kobolds? We have screenshots of what kobolds are gonna look like. But we're dwarfing. We're playing Dwarf Fort. We're building a very cold fort. It's very cold here. But I finally built a tavern so the dwarves can start to warm up. We need to figure out some way of making an open fireplace in here. But not much else. What were you guys up to today? I haven't been looking at Twitch at all, so I have no idea what you guys are playing. But my name's Greg. I play way too much Dwarf Fortress, and sometimes the chat lets me play other games. If you guys don't know who Shen is, he plays a variety of strategy, video games, and simulation, and builder, and stuff like that. So if you like city builders, if you like grand strategy, if you like any kind of town builder or games with a train in it, Shen's probably played it. Go give Shen a follow. Good people. Thank you very much for the raid. Definitely a lava place. I mean, I could theoretically make a fireplace and put coal in it periodically, which would burn for a year. The problem is it would engulf the entire tavern in smoke, which might not be good. So I'd actually have to build a chimney, which actually might be a fun little challenge. I could probably do that. I could build a little chimney with like ventilation and whatnot, put like grates on top of it, and just like put windows around it so that the smoke doesn't actually go into the fort. That could be cool. Rock and stuff. I mean, it works. All same. Oh, there's a little video on top of the announcement? You mean the trailer? I mean, there's literally already a YouTube video of me watching it. Unless it's like a different video. PC Gaming Show brand new trailer. Yeah, because like they released the adventure mode trailer here. Oh, wait, no, there is a different one. Huh. Or wait, no. No, this is the same one. Yeah, this is the same one. Which is cool, because this is also like, once again, Semtexagon's fort. Yeah. No, we watched this in the PC Gaming Show. I totally missed this bit, because I don't think this was shown. That initial shot, because I'm pretty sure the PC Gaming Show version starts right here. But, yeah, thank you very much for the raid. Means a lot. Really does. I'm pumping water in the basement, so we should probably go look at that. Make sure that, like, my dwarves aren't drowning. Let's go back up to here. I'm making an area where my livestock can eat because I'm going to need safely accessible cave moss so that my llamas stop dying, basically. Do that. And that's more than enough. Thank you, dwarf. I also don't want them to get whooshed down into there. Full world generation and simulation engine, yeah. You didn't even realize that there was a video when streamed to see if the straight to Steam to see if it was there yet. Yeah. Yeah, no, I did already make a video because I watched the PC Gamer thing. Fortunately, it was in the first like 90 seconds of the PC Gamer thing, so we didn't have to watch too much of the PC Gamer thing. I only had to watch like the first like 6 minutes or something. You figured out why your dwarves weren't training? You had to set the dwarves to train here in the actual barracks menu? Yes. Yes. Yeah, you have to make sure that they are aware that there is a place for them to go train and then tell them to train there. You can also make them live in the barracks, basically, if you're so inclined. We can remove this now. I can move the walls up to here. Seal this off. So now we have a pretty safe little underground area where grass is going to slowly start to grow, or moss, rather. So I'm actually going to move all of my livestock down here that will need to graze. But yeah, I'm going to have some... I got to edit some content tonight. Which is kind of funny, because like I literally just uploaded, or not uploaded, but like made a post on my YouTube channel, basically like apologizing for the lack of content, because I've been freaking exhausted as of late. And I was just like, well, like, you know, there hasn't been a lot of news, and I've been exhausted, and I've been busy with other things, so I haven't been uploading content. And now it's just like, there's just a wall of stuff, because like, well, we now have a release date for Adventure Mode. Threw some beds in there. Yeah, I know that'll work. One of my favorite things to do is, here, I can give you a real quick demonstration. Make a barracks, right? Then right next to the barracks, make a meeting zone, okay? And then turn that meeting zone into a, well, I'll make this into part of the Frosty Chocolate. So I make it, well, let's just take a meeting zone and then make that meeting zone into a tavern, basically, right? So this is the Earthen Eater. That's a really good name. The Earthen Eater, and then this. So right, so I now have a barracks, and let's just pretend that this is tables, right? Let's just imagine that these boulders are tables for the sake of this, right? And then what you do is you take this zone, you press the plus symbol, and you add it to the Earthen Eater. Then what happens is your dwarves who are training in the barracks will go to that tavern to socialize in between trading sessions. And if they're in the same room, so if it's like half barracks, half training, half tavern, then they will actively train while listening to music and while listening to poetry and while talking to other dwarves and socializing. Pro tip. In fact, what I'm going to do up here right now is I just built this barracks, right? This barracks down here. I'm going to connect this archery range to that barracks so that when they're not firing bolts in between archery practice, they're going to go over here and they're going to socialize. And you can do that with anything, quite literally. So like this guild hall, which I think I screwed up and didn't finish high enough value. Oh, no, I did. I really need to train up my broker. Mythiad, sorry, but you suck, dude. Like this area, I could connect this to this. So I can connect two guild halls together, and then they will primarily go from guild hall to guild hall. So I could connect, let's just say, a tavern to a doctor's guild, and then after they're done having a drink, they will prioritize going to the doctor's guild. You can connect any zone to any zone as long as it has a plus symbol, as long as it has a name. And that allows you to do some really interesting, like, zone connection stuff, which can let you build some pretty cool areas that are linked to other areas. Like, this dwarf down here is telling a story, right? It'd be really useful if, like, dwarves training, let's just say, right up here, which I'm definitely about to do. Dwarves training right up here could then pop down a layer and talk with other dwarves. Like, that sort of stuff's super useful. and can really help keep your dwarves sane. Speaking of, let's actually just do that. So what I was gonna do is I'm gonna go over here. Let's use nethercap because nethercap's a cool color. I'm gonna go up to here, and I'm going to make basically like flooring up here because this is, well, I guess that's ice block floor. But I'm gonna basically make like mudstone or gabbro floors. Go up to about here, put windows so they can look down, and then connect this to the tavern. So this one dwarf currently, who's my melee dwarves, will be able to go down here. Now see how this dwarf is prioritizing socializing here in the tavern? Another thing that would actually probably be pretty good for this to be connected to would be a Rangers Guild, but... So this dwarf gets to, you know, have friends. And like something that you'll often notice with your military is that they don't get enough time to spend, they often don't get to spend time with family. And they often don't get to eat good meals because they're so busy, you know, stabbing things to death with their weapons. We're also going to, I think, throw another still over here. What material did I make this one out of? Rock salt? I like putting stills in my taverns because I think that they're cool. You end up making a tavern library that connects to guild halls, but then I feel like you're min-maxing and try to wipe the place out with deep fun. Usually once the management that I've built starts to show its faults and starts to fall apart, that's when I wipe things out. Or when chat says that they're bored. It's usually actually when chat says that they're bored. When chat's like, streamer on board, win new fort. And it's like, okay, fine, I'll make a new fort. All right. Speaking of things. Grr. No! Fine, Shack. I'm joking. Okay, so let's jump up to here. We're just getting started. You went there to be building that serves alcohol. You want there to be a building that serves alcohol. A building? You mean like a workshop? I mean, there's a job that serves alcohol. It's the tavern keeper. So do bards. Bards also serve alcohol. But in order for it to work, you need there to be... We're in an ad break. In order for it to work, there would need to be a tavern keeper assigned to it. And also goblets or mugs. And... Yeah, I know that we're in an ad. There would need to be goblets or mugs and... bards. So. You destroy a Necromancer tower and build on top of it. I don't know if you can build on top of it. You guys probably can't hear anything that I'm saying. I know that there's an ad, and I'm just rambling. I expect to have to restart this in a second. Quick, somebody who's not seeing an ad right now, give me something to ramble about for the next minute. Personally, I enjoy a fort that gets to do some goofy endgame stuff, and it's just getting there that takes a while. No, absolutely. I mean, that's the slow thing, right? Best sandwich, Reuben. Blizzard, Bobby Kotick, bad. Unicorns, the fancy rhinos. Growing spring onions, delicious. Does cold food last longer? In Dwarf Fort, no. Sexuality of the planet Mercury. It's not my place to decide. That's up to the planet Mercury. IPAs are delicious. Favorite spirits, whiskey. Seconded by vodka. Favorite forgotten beasts. Anything made of snow. Italian sandwich, best sandwich? Sounds like an Italian would say that. Okay, now that we're through all of that, can you destroy a Necromancer tower and build on top of it? Not really. Kind of. Not really. You can destroy Necromancer towers. Is there a building that serves alcohol? No, but there's a job that serves alcohol. It's called a tavern keeper or bards. And if there is a chest in the tavern and there's also alcohol in the tavern, and the chest has goblets or mugs in it, then that'll serve alcohol. Favorite alcoholics? I don't think that statement means what you think it means. My favorite alcoholics. I'm probably my favorite alcoholic. I'm not an alcoholic. Probably my neighbor. He's an entertaining alcoholic. I think you mean favorite alcoholic beverages, not favorite alcoholics. An alcoholic is somebody who drinks too much to the point where it's a problem and an addiction. Homer Simpson. I've seen one episode of The Simpsons in its entirety, so probably not Homer Simpson, but I could see that. Barney? Barney's an alcoholic? Man, Barney must have gotten strange after I stopped watching. Can you play as a cat in adventure mode? No, but you could play as a tiger person. There's no domestic animal person variants. Just to avoid like the is it okay for Goofy to have a pet dog type questions, you know? So thus there's like lion people, and there is there's like cougar people, which is hysterical, and stuff like that. I'm not going to ask and answer that question because that's about as... One, Jetpack Tuxedo, it's about as dumb as the is a hot dog a taco question. And two, it's because it gets really dark really quickly, and I don't feel like having that discussion because people will clip it out of context. Where was I? Pickle vodka in your guild recently? Pickle vodka? I could see it. I mean, vodka and a pickleback is not actually like that uncommon of a shooter combo. I'm not saying I would go out of my way to drink it, but... You mean monitor lizard? I don't think so. Well, there's a lizard man. This is just a lizard man. They're half the size of a dwarf. Literally cold-blooded killers. That's a quality pun. Some lizard women admire cavefish women for their sheer awesomeness, although they aren't able to express it because of their natural timidness. They are also rumored to be connected to the origin of forgotten beasts, which puts even further strain on their fragile psyche. Human peasants have occasionally witnessed accosting of their local lords of being... the accusing of local lords being lizard men. But all such allegations have been proven false. Some lizard women, tavern keepers, are rumored to be master bakers and can even repair steel spears. There we go. Definitely. Master bakers. Thanks, D for dwarf. They're definitely not talking about lot lizards. Investments are open if people care. I'm pretty sure that's a Lusty Argonian Maid reference. Yeah, I'm also pretty sure that's a reference to a certain thing. What's a wiki without a sense of humor? I mean, come on. Okay, just don't knock your head on the door on the way out. Rock cat. Hello, Pablo. YouTube, Pablo's saying hi to you. I'll see you later, Rockcat. How long does it take for the danger to wear off and attract migrants again? It's pretty quick. I mean, it depends on if you've been trading, and the current relation to your home faction really is more important than the danger rating per se. You know what? Actually, let's cancel this. And then this can be my barracks. I'm sure Diamond Destruct is going to love this brand new barracks. The Quills of Gold. I think we're going to call it, instead of the Quills of Gold, we are going to call this squad the Quills of Cold. Coldness? Come on. How about the Cold Quills, then? Or the Cold... The Cold Slayer! There we go. That's edgy enough, I think. Quiver would be like a ranged squad, though. This is a melee squad. We'll see you later, Blazing Iceberg. Thanks for hanging out. Dang it, the Kit Fox announcement video for Dwarf Fortress is winning. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't always in a very personal, small competition to try and beat Kit Fox for views, but unfortunately, not winning this time. You want to try my settings? You go to custom settings under difficulty, and you go to Cavern Dwellers. I set them to 2 and then 5. By default, it's 10 and 50. So when you start to aggravate them, when you start chopping down trees down there and whatnot, you'll start getting groups of 10 showing up. And then very quickly, that'll ramp up to groups of 50 showing up. That's how you end up with 600 dudes in the basement. Although they did cap them a couple patches ago. I think you can have a maximum of 300. And if you have more than that, something's broken. Or you have a setting that's weird. But I set it to 2 and 5 so that, at most, the Cavern Dwellers would be like, oh crap, there's maybe 8, I don't know, ant people in the basement, and they're stabbing Urist. We have to run down there and save them, and it's not like, oh, there's 400 ant people in the basement, and we're all dead now. The fort's over, rip. I don't find that to be, a fun thing to have to manage and account for, so... And if you do, then, more power to you. I need these. Greetings, Dragnar. How's things? Listen to story. Holy crap. Bane is gifting 10 Vile Force of mugs. People on YouTube, if you pop over to the Twitch chat and type an exclamation point enter, you can have a chance to win a mug. Bane is gifting 10 mugs. I repeat, that's 10 mugs. And a chance of getting a dwarf. You would, Swifty, don't you have one? Oh, I thought I gave you one. I mean, There's a bunch of children that aren't named. Like, if you want a baby, I can give you a baby. But you just have to ask. I do have some unnamed dwarves. I didn't name any on the last migrant wave. Specifically so that there was some chance that some people could get them. Okay. It's a very funny username. Somebody just followed me with a really funny username. No context. Jetpack tuxedo. No context. None necessary. Any context is too much context. Hold on. Palmer, I always agree. Meissner, Lean and Romo, Telenartho, Tavix MX, Falknor, Devil Dawn, Jetpack Tuxedo, Phoenix Von. I think that's everybody. Click on that link and you can redeem your mug. That is nuts. Thank you very much for the 10 gift of mugs. Cheers, man. Cheers. I should really hotkey this layer. I'm also going to throw some of these down here. I say this is all temporary, but it'll still be here in 6 months. Last 2 days have been kind of insane. This month in general has been kind of insane. So thank you for your craziness, chat. In general. Means a lot. It's kind of interesting because a lot of people I know and work with are right now constantly talking about like, oh yeah, no, got to do a hype train to like, or a subathon or something to like finish up the end of the year. And then there's me where I was like thinking about doing a subathon and then just was like, you know what? Actually, what if I just don't? I just don't burn out. That seems like a good idea because like chat's just been so generous anyway. It's like, why would I ask for more? It's like, would I make a bunch of money? Probably, but like, well, why? What terrible timing for your boss to take you away from the game. You should just go back to your boss and be like, damn it, why'd you make me step away from the computer? I missed a bug. I missed a chance to win a free mug. I could have left it at the office, which I definitely wouldn't have. You don't have the self-esteem for doing a subathon? What do you mean? Like, you don't think you could do a subathon yourself because, like, you don't think high enough of yourself? I mean, if you stream and you have an audience that enjoys watching you, the thing that I've kind of learned is one's own self-esteem doesn't matter when people don't see everything that you do, right? Like, I have an extraordinarily low self-esteem. I think very lowly of myself. And people who, like, it's not a good thing. Like, mentally, I'm an extremely unhealthy person. And there's a large audience of people that watch me, but they don't see all the sides of me. They just see sometimes the bad sides of me, but generally, the majority of what people see of me is me as a entertainer or a extra voice in their ear. They don't always, fortunately, see the crappy sides of me. But what they get out of it outweighs how I feel about myself generally. I don't think I'm worth anything. Like, I get it. Trust me, I get it. There's a, an elf, he's just like, shut the fuck up, you value piece of shit, or whatever. I have buckets, but they are, I'm just gonna fix buckets. And also, let's just make, like 8 wooden buckets. Yeah, word. I get it. Problem. I'm just going to... Yeah, we'll just let things run. Fine. Me talking shit about me? What? Pretty sure I'm well within my rights to talk shit about myself. What? Okay. I need a thing to work on. What was I working on? I need to get that... The iron... You know what? Actually, here's a thing I can work on. It's just something that needs to get done. Let's fly all the way down to the bottom of this... Yo, this is doing... Well, they are still all starving to death. They'll get there. Jesus. This is something I just need to do eventually. And it's that simple. I just need to do it. That looks really good. Thank you. I think it's really funny. This is just like a little observation of the Dwarf Fortress community. Everybody talks about how everything needs to be symmetrical and how they all love their squares and how they can't live without their squares. They're super organization. And then people just compliment me constantly about how nice my forts look, and none of them are even remotely symmetrical or organized. It's like they're super not symmetrical and definitely not organized. I just think that that's really funny. But yeah, ice looks really good in this game. Aside from the fact that snow is like blinding. I like light mode, but Jesus, the snow is bright in this game. I mean, you have most of Cupo's tools now. Most of them have been worked into DF hack. Cupo just, like, you know, used Dwarf Fortress as like a weird ASCII art tool. I don't even think she streams anymore. Like, I haven't seen her on in like a year. She's disappeared for really long periods of time a couple times. I think she's also going through some stuff too. Makes them unique in a way? I guess so. Squares are so overrated. But it's hip to be square. You watch too much Factorial? Yeah. The way I build in Dwarf Fortress is why I will never understand, or why I will never be able to enjoy games like Factorial. I understand them, I just can't enjoy them. That's something that I am curious about for when we get the eventual magic systems that Tarn has talked about, is because, like, I'd love to see what portals could do for, like, bullshit fort layouts. Now you're dwarfing with portals is a nightmare factory for my brain. Speedy thing go in, speedy thing come out with minecart. That's all. Sounds about right, Pablo. It was boring as heck. Yeah. Yeah. Can you launch a portal with a minecart? I don't know. I can't even, like, think about that. Factorio, you break the oil and you break around the oil and blue science mark. I made it about 90 minutes into Factorio and was like, I don't like this. And that was where my relationship with Factorio ended. About 90 minutes in. It was a short affair. I might end up making this layer into magma forges. Because it'll just be easier to pump everything up to this layer to do forges and then pump up from this layer to a higher layer. Then I have a question. What brings you to a Dwarf Fortress stream if Dwarf Fortress has never been your thing? Is it me? Do you just find watching the game entertaining? What's the reason for watching it if you don't enjoy playing it? Well, that's annoying. Lava is directly beneath this. That's the wrong tool. Midnight Winter, thank you very much for the 4th month. Welcome back. And Flavabox. Flavabox shows up monthly to flex. Welcome back, dude. It's fun to watch. No, that's totally fair. I mean, and that is also a fair answer, by the way. Just saying game fun watch, me like, is a perfectly valid answer. It's just a curious question for me to ask, I guess. Because, you know, like, that's also always been a thing with Dwarf Fortress, even around this channel. It's like, uh-oh. Got elves arriving. You know, actually, hold up. Let's go down here. I'm going to set up a single cage trap because giant polar bears tend to show up right around the time traders show up. Oh, no, totally. I mean, I don't really enjoy speedrunning, but I love watching speedruns. Like, I get that. Which is why I said that that's a perfectly legitimate answer. It's just being like, cause I like watch. Game fun to watch me like is a perfectly legitimate response. I mean, like, I hate playing Factorio and can't stand playing Satisfactory, but I enjoy watching both of those games. I like watching all the little robots fly around and the conveyor belts go by. It's like oddly soothing. Playing it, I would rather pull my teeth out with a toothpick. What? Okay, never mind. For a second I thought the whole trading just canceled. I was like, what in the hell?
78. Woo.
Damn, look at all these dwarves training. And then, hold on a second. So all of these dwarves are here training, and then this dwarf is just sitting here. This is why you attach your training areas to a tavern. All of these dwarves are just sitting here shooting bolts and training, and then this one's just standing here reciting poetry to them. Like, that's awesome. It's easier to hear and see me play this game than struggle. Interesting. It's fascinating for me to hear this too, because to me, like, right now this game is more accessible than it's ever been, which is definitely true, at least to a degree. And it's interesting to me to hear this because it's like, okay, what do I need to do to make this game more accessible to more people? Which I will say it's not really my place necessarily to worry about that, but at the same time, it still is something that I do think about, and I do worry, and I do wonder about. And also, by the way, for those of you who don't know, Flavabox was literally the first person to ever subscribe to this channel ever. And is one of the few who's still subscribed. So, shout outs to Flavabox. No, totally. I mean, like, it's accessible, but also intimidating for the same reasons that, like, a Paradox game is accessible, but also intimidating. Which I fully understand, right? I get that. Pretty much, right? Battery's just, like, telling bad puns, and they're like, shut up. I mean, I could actually tell you what... Oh, I was gonna say I could tell you what kind of poetry he's telling, but he's no longer telling the poetry. Let's see, what did they bring? They brought a giant dingo? Gimme. Gimme. Thank ya. I will absolutely take the giant angry pupper. And I'll also take all the fruits and plums. And we're in ads now. Nothing I can do about it, so I cry. Giant child eater. Yeah! It's like a great purple people eater. Instead, it's a giant child eater. Large animals that won't starve, exactly. When your 401k drops, don't worry too much about it, dude. This channel is doing just fine. But, I mean, I won't stop people from subscribing at higher tiers if they want. Sport of low boots is prohibited. Okay. What was it that I was going to do? I was going to do a thing. I mean, it's tame, actually, so I can just... Is Giant Dingo War Trainable? I don't think, but... No, it's not. That's okay, though. I'll make it available as a pet. This channel is probably the biggest viewer count streaming channel that Shadow watches. You know, it's funny because as years have gone by with this channel, and I think anybody who's streamed for a long period of time, Shadow, has probably run into stuff like this, You're taking the year off. Oh, damn. Oh, I mean, dude, you do what you want to do, Pablo. But enjoy that year. Just don't spend it all on me, please. That's mostly a joke, but you know what I mean. The interesting thing is, over the years, people have come and gone, right? And one of the hardest things to deal with as a streamer is like, people watch your stream, they become regulars, you kind of get to know them, and then the channel grows. Streamer's extremely happy because channel got bigger. Holy shit, I've got more stable income. And then those old regulars vanish because the stream is too big. There's like a lot of people out there that just straight up won't watch channels if it's a certain size. And one of my goals has always been like, don't have that problem. Like, don't be the streamer that like the audience changes completely as the numbers go up. Obviously, like, there's been attrition. People have stopped watching me over the years. People get bored. People move on for whatever reason or another. But like, one of the worst things that ever happened to me as a streamer is when the day I got partnered, I got a DM from one of my most consistent regulars who said, "You've achieved your goal. I'm going to move on to the next channel and help them get partnered." And I was like, wow. So you don't want to watch me anymore. You're going to go watch somebody else because apparently I've achieved my goal. And then over the next 3 months, like, my view counts like tanked and like went to like 40% of what they were a few months prior because of how many people do that. It's like kind of insane, actually, when you start to just look at it for a little bit. I can get rid of these. I can get rid of that. I need to clear this out and get this repurposed. I want to have my war animals stationed here and the big animals stationed here. I want to get floor put in here. So once these elves have left, we can work on this. Cat comes flying back inside. Where chat sort of became a bit of a monster. I try so hard to keep chat from becoming a bit of a monster. I think I turned some people off of this channel. But, you know what? Pythos, here, have a dwarf. He never feels discouraged and does not enjoy participating in physical confrontations and works to spread his natural tendency with his respective martial prowess. He prefers to present himself modestly, and he tends to hang on to grievances. He is slow to trust others and doesn't handle stress well. He tends to consider what others think of him, and he tries to keep his things orderly. He doesn't try to get things done perfectly, and he tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. He tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things, and he finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. He has a greedy streak, and he is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments. He laughs very loudly when he's surprised and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Also, if anybody has a dwarf and you want me to check in on them, just shout. Personally does not respect the law and finds the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort and doesn't care about art one way or another. You're married to Decad, who's one of my weaponsmiths. It's like a Ouija board. It's like getting your palm read. He likes Electrum, Moss, Opal, and the color Moon. And cubes and leggings. I also like leggings. Not wearing them, though. Weapon racks and rings and cows for their hunting moves and kestrels for their hunting prowess. And when possible, prefers to consume chameleon, rice beer, and finger mullet flour. I hate blood gnats. Ouija rhymes with squeegee. Well, cheers, Popliope. I mean, I'm not talking about anybody specifically. You didn't know people did that? I'm not going to name anybody, but yeah. You have any Naga? We don't have those because those are not a vanilla feature. Speedrunning community are speedrunning partner streamers? Speedrunning community or speedrunning partners? Not really, no. But I get the joke. Hydro Squeegee, Sorry. You're anyway, let's unpause the game now. Let's see how many more bedrooms I need right now. Couple. Need a couple. Okay, let's do that. This, no. I need more doors. I have a sickness. It can only be cured by building more doors. So working on more cabinets. Holy shit, those are big. I really like the giant animal sprites. I know that they're just like, you know, blown up versions of the smaller ones, but look how big this absolute unit pupper is. Absolute unit pupper. Absolute unit pupper. I can't war train them, unfortunately. But I'm going to try and get more of them so I can breed them. They are, they're still, even if you can't war train animals, they can still be useful for defense. Just get a bunch of them by the front doors and generally they're useful. Let's make a stockpile here for general crafts. So let's go figurine ring. Okay, that'll be under what? Finished goods. Amulets. Crowns. Earrings. Figurines. Flasks. Sure. We can also put crutches in here. Let's put totems, toys as well. Splints, rings. That'll be good. And then we'll go in here. All these, all these, all this, all this, all this, and all this. Weird, it's so very orange. The orange is the constructed floors. All right, so the next thing we're going to do is we're going to drop all the way down to here. Not sure why they haven't dug this out. Let's just do that part. That's not what I want you to do. I would like you to take that priority number 1 and remove that priority number 1. Sure, really swifty. Beard, no beard, or goblin? Those are my questions. Then in that case, you'd have to be this dwarf who isn't technically a full member of the fort just yet. You are a legendary weaponsmith, though. He has little interest in joking around and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. He is slow to trust others, and he is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. He is assertive, and he is rarely happy or enthusiastic. He is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He is stubborn, and he often feels discouraged. He is quite polite, and he has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. He doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, and he is often nervous. He has a greedy streak, and he is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He winks when he's nervous. Needs alcohol to get through the working day, so he winks a lot. Dreams of mastering a skill in this dream was realized personally, sees competition as reasonably important, and doesn't particularly care about craftsdwarfship. Winks when nervous. Winks when nervous. You like pig iron, peridot, and skinks for their colorful tongues. And earrings. Welcome to the fort. All right, well, I think these are just too low priority is the problem. I wonder why none of these got done. Oh, there's too many digging jobs. Not enough miners. You know what? Let's actually just do this. Let's build a little reservoir down here. Actually, let's channel this down. I like skinks. Skinks are great. Is a legendary weaponsmith because has been hanging out in like a weaponsmithing guild the entire time they've been here. Thanks, Slowpoke. Playing a comment out of YouTube. Okay, so this is all Gabbro. Which makes me kind of want to get it out of here, but whatever, it's fine. We'll just make it all invisible. So this is going to be where we end up pumping lava out of. Gabbro, iron, iron. Gabbro, iron, iron. Gabbro, iron, iron. Gabbro, iron, iron. You know, the longer I play on this biome, the more I'm like, you know, Untamed Wilds in frozen biomes, pretty easy. Because there's no trees to cut down on the surface, so you don't really agitate the surface. And the surface is kind of hostile to your dwarves and pisses them off really quickly, so you don't really do much on the surface. It's kind of like this weird self-fulfilling prophecy of, well, dwarves stay away from surface, surface not so bad. And get some kills with it. You just need to join the fort. But you joined in like the first year, so, or you became a resident in the first year, so you should be doing that pretty soon, I would think. I mean, nobody's been mauled to death by giant polar bears, but people have been mauled by giant polar bears. That has absolutely happened. Yes. Giant polar bear attacked a trade caravan. Or rather, they attacked it because it tried to steal their alcohol. Because they steal alcohol from trade caravans. Hi, Hobo. How are you? Thing okay. Thing pretty good. Today's been eventful. We have a release date for Adventure Mode. It's April. So, by the time June rolls around, I'm going to be exhausted. Domesticated any polar bears yet? I caught one and it died of infections before I was able to train it. So, no. I've only seen 2. One of them left the map immediately, the other one I caught. So. I do have a giant dingo, though. I didn't domesticate that. I bought it. Because giant polar bears only show up one at a time, it's so far has been kind of difficult to catch any. These things are like gold dust. Yeah, I don't expect to see too many of them. All right, well, that's not a bad start. But like I said, I do have a giant dingo. Massive baby eater. Okay, so I need a place to store construction materials. Since this is a wood stockpile, I'm going to cut back most of this. Be up to about there. And I'm going to make a stockpile for it. And I'm also going to make a stockpile for stones. I mean, it's still it's not the new adventure mode. It's they're patching the old adventure mode, so it's still just adventure mode. I mean, nothing that I haven't already said. I'm looking forward to it being out. I don't really have too many thoughts because I haven't played it. But it's still adventure mode. I don't really know what else to say. I guess it's kind of yeah, it's adventure mode. Don't really have any thoughts. Aside from that, it'll be nice for it to be out and done so that Zach and Tarn can go do other things. Nothing that I haven't already said, I guess. Will my fort melt away? Not if I'm very careful. But that is a very real risk. And then this one is going to be for rock. There. I fell from there. Remove these. Lump beef broth has been possessed. Rock boulders. Yeah, I don't know. It's really hard to just answer a question like thoughts on it. It's like, I don't know. Watch the trailer. I probably think the same as most people. It's like it has new music. That's cool. The new sprites seem neat. Aside from that, it looks like adventure mode. I'm sorry for kind of the non-answer, but I really don't know how I answer that question. Well, if it does, would it mean new fort time? No. What? I mean, if it kills every dwarf and the fort is over, then yeah. If I accidentally melt my fort, that sounds like a fun thing to work around. Wouldn't that be exciting if the whole fort caved in? Man, I should make this fort able to self-destruct by melting itself. That would be a good end. I mean, that sounds awesome. Honestly, if the fort does keel over and melt itself, after I'm done laughing, I'll figure out a way of fixing it. There's several, like, ice hotels around the world. No, it's very unsensible dwarf protocol, actually. It's just you're asking for threat of gremlin. A migrant has arrived. A migrant has arrived. We've hit our migrant cap because I was getting way too many. So Lump is standing right on the thing, asking for leather. Grabbed copper. Bars metal, cloth thread, okay. Bones. Okay, you want bones. Time to slaughter a thingy majiggity. How about a... one of the gelded dogs. In case of one. Yep. I mean, there's plenty of situations where only a migrant can arrive. I love how all the children are all becoming dabbling weaponsmiths. Bet you that most of the dwarves in this fort are complaining about the lack of chairs. Novice swords dwarf. So I guess I'm going to need to make steel short swords then. A few steel bars. What else do you need then? Bones, yes. Bars, metal. Leather skin. Hot thread. Oh, you may need those in a stockpile. Pretty sure I don't actually have a leather and a cloth stockpile separate. Let's do that. Let's go down here and just make a leather stockpile and a cloth stockpile. Do not have a... There it is. I'm just going to remove bins from these for my own sanity for right now. What's the symbol up next to DFAC? This? It should be in your game too. It's from the most recent patch. It's the expanded, like, sortable list of announcements. Which, I don't know. Does anybody actually use this screen? While I love this feature, I think it's a great feature. I feel like it's something that people overly asked for, and I don't actually see anybody using it ever. And everybody's like, what's that? Anyway, even though it was like one of the most requested features in the game. Because I don't find myself using it like at all. I haven't played in a bit. That's fair. Yeah, it's from the last major patch. The same one that mostly fixed Mark Dwarves. I mean, like I said, they work. Got this. You are a funny looking poet. I've got people just like training crossbows. Because ranged weapons more or less work again. Still with their old quirks, but they more or less work. Is enough for me. Oh, fair. I just leave the notice up there until I'm building it. It's quite a few forts, Dylan. You have yet to open it, though. Yeah, well. The one that I do use very often is this, which is the combat log. Oh, I guess this was a cave-in. The weaponsmith has been caught in a burst of snow. I do like this combat log. This combat log is huge. This feature is great. I love that feature. This, though, specifically, I don't use much. Where's the metal? Bones, yes. Let's, I don't know, slaughter another animal? Slaughter a turkey? Yeah, I guess I've never found I never found that the current order events was a problem. Like, they've just always been fine to me. Okay, so okay, I've got sheep's wool cloth, llama wool cloth. Do I have... Okay, I don't have any silk. Maybe that's the issue. So if silk is the issue, do we have auto-collect webs on? Labor, standing orders, refuse, automated jobs, automatically collect webs. Okay, so I need to open up this drawbridge then. I think mist generators are going to be fantastic until literally the game stops functioning. We'll send you down here. And we'll send all the squads down here just in case something spooky shows up. I think I should make this a 2-tiered thing, actually. Maybe we should do that. Oh, ads. Gotta pause, because goddamn ads. It's unfortunate. Yeah, as long as dwarves enjoy mist generators are going to be fantastic. I think I should seal off this area and make it like a 2-stage thing with like lockable doors. So that primarily that bridge will stay open most of the time, but dwarves will have access to these lower areas because I need more consistent silk gathering. Reminded me of the time that you had a dwarf building some grates over a waterfall to try and keep out agitated wildlife who slipped on the edge or something and fell like, I don't know, 10 levels or something, but his glove deflected the blow. That's funny. It's impressive that that dwarf lived. Like, I would expect that dwarf to just be insta-dead. Good lord. You want to know something kind of neat? November has been my best month since... I can't actually show you this because Twitch is iffy about me showing revenue on stream, but... This has been my best month since... December. Fun fact. March came close, but we've actually just surpassed March. March was when I did that subathon for like 5 days straight. I can say this. November 2022, this channel made $1,798 US. Made about 3 times that. Can't tell you exact numbers because Twitch is weird about that stuff, but... So let's unpause game. Okay, you go out to collect webs. So what I'm gonna do... We really don't like you talking about it. Yep. It's okay, though. I'm going to get around it. And by that, I mean I'm going to, because I've been doing those state of the channel videos where I talk about things like revenue and whatnot, which is actually kind of funny. I get some really weird, like, get rich quick, like, channels copying and being like, I really respect your hustle, dude, or whatever, commenting on those. I get some of the weirdest comments on those videos. But I've been doing those videos, and I'm going to do one where I talk about my total revenue this year. Once I actually know how much I made because of taxes. So I won't actually know for a bit still. Probably won't know until like late January. Nura Agonis, thank you very much for that Prime subscription. We're talking about, what, the ticket amounts being the 1%? There's this one-day spike in October that eclipsed half the year. Not quite. This would still be my second best month, even without Lil Jaeger being insane. How's the fort doing so far? Pretty good. Yeah, it's been a solid one. Haven't run into any crazy fort ending threats. I'm a little bummed we're not getting more giant polar bears, but it's a small issue in the grand scheme of things. I realize I've left an opening there. That's intentional. There, okay. He's about to jinx himself. I mean, that would be great. Wouldn't mind that. Okay. Let's see how smart this DF hack tool is. Not that smart. November, not quite November, but yeah. It wasn't just November that made this year good. How's that? I don't expect to make as much as I did this year next year, like at all. Like I'd be shocked and kind of appalled if I ever do better than this year. Go all the way down to this corner and do a little bit of exploring while we're building. Discovered a downward passage. Where it? Well, it didn't give me a ping to see where it actually is. Less than 12 hours. Until November, yep. Discovered an unusual volcanic wall studded with gems. That's in a... Is it literally at the bottom of the water? Oh, I see. Dwarves just have, like, weird telescopic vision and can see directly underneath this. That would be a pain to dig out, jeez. So we're on the upper level anyway. Just exploring caverns. Putting the dwarves over here. But, you know, I said this a lot back in December, which is pretty simple. You know, there was a lot of people streaming this game in December, and there may be a bunch of people streaming this game again when Adventure Mode comes out. But after all that time, I'll be the one that's still here. Popularity of the game be damned. By digging that trench. Down here? Yeah, that's where I was digging the trench. Sweet. We dug the trench. All right, let's go back up here. Finish exploring this level. Run all the way up here. Streaming and UnDF just to be like the other person streaming it. Well, I mean, there are other people streaming Dwarf Fortress. It's not just me these days. It's not quite like premium launch where it was literally just me. Like before premium released, it was quite literally just me streaming this game 99% of the time. Okay, so the dwarves are doing all this. Got these walls that need to be replaced. Now it's like me with 99% of the directory, but also a lot of other people. Or a couple of other people at the very least. Which is, it's nice. It's nice to not be the only person streaming a game most of the time. We've got grass sprouting up down here. Or moss, I guess. Am I still doing that CUD playthrough? Yes, I've just been busy this week. We'll be picking that back up on Monday. Because Mondays are coming back into the schedule because I no longer have group therapy on Mondays. So, I will be picking that back up on Monday. It's been busy this week. I was going to do that today, but then... well... Let's just say they kind of went and did the whole adventure mode thingy. So I'm going to be just doing this today. But yes, I will be finishing that playthrough. Half day Monday, yeah. We're gonna bring back the Monday weekly warm-ups of CUD streams, which will probably just be on Twitch. I'm probably not gonna stream on YouTube those days. Webbed? That's a little concerning. Let's chill here until all this stuff's built. This is all done. Okay, so now this is all done. I can go down into here. I can grab this. And I can be all like, whoop. This is done. That's all done. So I should be able to just do this. Look at that. Hell yeah. Although I do need to go up here and erase this outer stuff. You need to find some time to play it. You're busy with tabletop wargaming Sunday. Twice for tots, though, so I can't complain too much. Oh, that's fair. Yeah, no, you do you. I mean, Caves of Cud is a very, very, very fun game that can be quite engrossing. Just realize that, like, it's, how do I put it? It's a game that's enjoyed most if you just kind of accept that it's okay to save scum. Otherwise, you'll have a bit of a hard time with it. Okay. So we are going to turn this on. Get these dwarves inside. Bring tower cap logs. Yeah, that's fine. We'll give them, like, I don't know, 2 minutes to get inside. I would almost argue that no human beings on Earth have time to learn Caves of Cud on Classic. Which is the rogue, like the traditional rogue, like you die, we delete your save file, no backups, no cheats, no hacks, no nerds, kind of bullshit. Oh shit! I completely forgot. But like 3 months ago, I bought every single one of Hum's albums on record from Polyvinyl, and I just received an email that they've shipped, so that's exciting. Yeah, so there's classic, there's I'm blanking on the name of the RPG one. There's Wanderer and Roleplay. Roleplay is what they called it. Yeah. Finished 2 quests and died about 10 times by now. You should just, honestly, and this is what I'm talking about, I would recommend playing on Roleplay until you've learned the basic mechanics and then play on Classic. It's one of those games where you'll just have a much better time with it. And you know, it's funny. I was actually at PAX when I got to speak with Jason briefly, who's does the majority of the writing on Cud. He was saying that they'd thrown around the idea of making your first run have to be a roleplay run, but they decided against it. Yeah, I don't know. Caves of Cud is a neat game. It's a very, very, very neat game. All right, so I'm going to assume that all of the dwarves are back inside, and if they're not, you can starve to death in the caverns, and I won't feel bad. I mean, I will, but I will laugh at you. No, totally. I mean, like, if you're enjoying the process, do that, but if you'll learn the game a lot quicker and have an easier time with it, basically play Classic until you get, like, tired of it, and then, you know, swap over to whatever other mode feels best to you. Guess I can also add this upper area into here. Let's see. Also claim all of this. Let's see if that strange mood got fixed, because that was the purpose of all of this. Okay, well, you're running around, so I assume it's been fixed. Yeah, they needed cave spider silk cloth. Good to see. Sorted. And llama wool cloth. Oh, boy. Can Q and Green Tea get some beers? Because turns out... Oh. Does anybody know a way of fixing this bug? Grumble. Find out. Grr. Oh no, not again. Yeah, that bug becomes way too frequent as of late. Holy shit, that's a lot of cloth bins. Rut row indeed, yes. Also, we're out of drink. Oh yeah, no, there is absolutely a it's a strange mood, or maybe it's show mood. Yeah, show mood. Show mood tells you exactly what they need, which means I could actually just do show mood. See what it says. See, this is the issue. Any yarn cloth, they only need 1. They've got 5. Any silk cloth, they only need 1. They've got 7. Any copper bars, they've got 1 of 3. Oh, they need 2 more copper bars. Interesting. But we've got plenty of copper. And then any leather, they don't have any yet, right? And then it's like... Yeah, I've got 16 copper bars. 5 out of 1. Yeah, so like you can absolutely cheat to see it, but like it doesn't benefit you if it's already bugged. All I can really do is kill the dwarf, which if it would say no, it wouldn't. No, it won't. Because that script just shows the intent, not the bug, right? Grabs piece of fabrics and brings it back, goes get something else, finds another piece, nicer fabrics, brings it back, X50, then state of mind, well... Just very indecisive dwarves. Thinking my manager needs to be removed from jobs. I like how there's a single there's a single figurine there. Let's do like 40 silk crafts. And let's do... $30 rock crafts. And we'll make them out of... Yeah, let's just make them out of gabbro, why not? You know, I know what the term goat means. Like, you know, it's like the best at something or whatever. But over here on YouTube, I'm being referred to as the Fortress Goat. And the only logical response I can genuinely give you is, what, do I look like a kid to you? I realize that isn't even remotely funny, but that is the only, like, response that I can respond with. Finally, my grazers are no longer starving. Oh, it is funny. It's just, it's like, what do I look like a kid? Bah. Bleat. Or whatever they do. Post beers, says Salty. Also, DB Explorer, thanks for the 1 year. 1 year already? Yeah, I mean, believe it or not, 1 year ago today was the last time I streamed Dwarf Fortress version 47, I think. Unless I think I may, actually, I might have done one stream since then of that. Exactly the way an owner wants them to dress up, and please don't draw me as a goat. Actually, like Satan, duh. You can draw me hanging out with a goat. But that's about it. If you say something rude, just don't say something stupid. Although it is better to make mistakes than ask for forgiveness than to, you know, ask for permission. I don't know where I'm going with this. Through the power of Adobe, we can all be dum-dums. And pay way too much for software. This is what you get through the power of Adobe. Okay, so let's also jump up to here. Did I never... Meow. I guess I never did. I was about to say, did I never make more carpenter shops? And I guess I never made more carpenter shops because I've got a bunch of carpenter shops jobs trying to make things in the background and they're not. And I'm like, well... And I looked to where my carpenter shops were. I was like, oh, right, I deleted those, didn't I? Shit. What happened to you, Rock Cat? Did somebody call you a Pebble Cat? I know the feeling. Yeah. It's just like when people call me an asshole on the internet or just be like, man, you're being mean. It's like, well, only you knew all the stuff that I go through in a day. Pebble Kittens is just like the earlier variant of Rock Cat. Also, Pebble Kittens, if it isn't a Pokemon yet, probably should be. Pabble, Pabble. Except this needs 2 wheelbarrows on it. I mean, that's asking for forgiveness is how I've been operating all of my illegal gardening operations. It's like, am I technically allowed to rip up the rose that was right next to my apartment? No. Did it look ugly? Was it dead? And was it annoying to, like, get around? Yes. Did I also plant a bunch of garlic and onions where that rose was? Yes. Are those two things related? Maybe. There's your drawing thing for the day. Pebble Kittens. Your mother-in-law comes over, bringing literally a truck full of donated food to give to the immediate family, and I swear that we've been set for life with the amount of extra stuff in the house. Why do you have so much food? Why did they bring you so much food? What's the occasion? Is this like leftover from, you know, given thanks or something? What to plant next year? You don't figure out what to plant next year, Classified. You buy grow lights and continue growing the same stuff you do every year, except in your closet, like me. Well, that's running now, so that's good. We got crafts popping up over here. We got kids playing with Iron Toy Axe. That's also good. What is it? Remembering being caught... Was accepting remembering being caught in the snowstorm and mulling over the reoccurring memory changed his personal tendencies. You can always rely on your family when everything else falls away. You know, that's only true to a point, Salty Tempest, but I really, really respect the thought there. Okay, so can I point out the fact that I've got this lady here, or this dude performing, who kind of looks like the singer of Wolfmother, wearing what looks like a toga. Okay, no, it's just a tunic and a skirt. With a spear and shield, who's socializing and was previously performing while literally having crossbow dwarves shoot bolts right past her head. That just sitting there, just like boom, 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 boom. Yeah, these are ice walls, ice floor, and ice walls. That's just funny. Well, man. Normal, strange mood, predictions, recent mood, minimum mood. Unit, make the strange mood strike selected unit while it's picking randomly. Force mood type, force mood skill. I'm gonna go grab food. I will be back in like less than 90 seconds. There's an ad running on Twitch anyway, so you guys aren't missing much. Chat, if you could use sound commands, now's a good time to entertain the chat room. I need to figure out how to deal with this dwarf with the mood. I may have to actually kill Lump.
Jeez,
I will be back in a sec.
Everyone. Flobberdobberdoggadoggies?
Isn't that interesting?
You know, in the time that I was gone, I got up, grabbed a sandwich, stuck it in the microwave. I have this problem with like refrigerator temperature sandwiches. I like them to be slightly warm. Anyway, put it in for 15 seconds, stabbed myself in the finger, in a finger, prepped a needle, gave myself an injection, wrote down my blood sugar counts, and now I'm back. I'm efficient. That's all. All right. And it was all before the ad break ended. Cancels make mudstones blocks. Reason horrified. Why so pissed? All right. How can I break this? Can I expel a dwarf mid-mood? Huh. I can. Interesting. Did you know that you could expel a dwarf mid-strange mood? I didn't, but I do now. Did I just fix it? No. You know, I'm gonna try something.
Evening blind. I'm at work, but figured I would swing in and say hi during my lunch. Have a great night.
If I forbid every single one of these items, does that fix it? Like if I just do this. What happened? Oh, well, there you go. You're stricken by melancholy. Well, that fixed the problem, but it certainly didn't save the mood. Well, I'm sorry, Lump. It's... I feel bad. No, she went and got leather. That wasn't one of the last things. She'd been grabbing lots of leather as well. I'm not gonna wait. It's I've done that before and it hasn't fixed it. It's just I need it gone. And I need that cloth. But no, she'd grabbed leather already. There was already leather in the list. One leather and 2 copper bars. Yes, she had tons of leather already in the list. When I scrolled through it, there was leather there. Well, it's too late. I mean, she's dead now. I wonder, since I have this, like, dying, already dead dwarf, I wonder if I can save him. No. Anyway, they're dead. It doesn't matter. So there's no reason to harp on it or worry about it. But maybe that is a fix for it, you know? You just forbid a few and then unforbid them or whatever. But no, in my experience, like, I've forbid them in previous moods. Forbid, like, 5 or 6 things. And then you unforbid those 5 or 6 things. And they just keep going. So, yeah, I don't know. I haven't found a consistent way of fixing those yet. But I do need that forge to be functional, so it doesn't really matter. You know, by making them socialize. Ain't that crazy? Why do you ask specifically, Lennox? All right. You build social zones where they can go socialize, and then they get better at socializing. It's just like real life. But there's no, like, specific thing. I mean, actually, making them into a tavern keeper trains social skills. But did your dwarf get a strange mood? No. Not yet. Meditate on death. That's exciting. All right, Jesus, what was I working on? This. Okay, let's go to right about here and see how many more of these I can make. That's not the tool I wanted. You have a dwarf that you want to make Baron, since he has no preferences, but he has 0 social skills. Who cares? If he has 0 social skills, why does a Baron need to have social skills? They'll learn. Helps with diplomacy? Okay. I'll ask again. Who cares? What diplomacy are you doing exactly? What am I tinkering with now? I'm setting up power. Is what I am tinkering with. Because a dwarf needs power to, you know, pump lava. I was going to say, no, okay, what exactly diplomacy are you doing with those elves and humans? Because they'll train it. So if you want to make them a baron, make them a baron. Maybe make them into a tavern keeper, and then they'll learn pretty damn quick. Take a look at off topic. Uh-oh, what did you do? You know, it took me like way longer than I like to admit to actually notice what you did to that image. Why is its head bent that way if its body is like under the microphone? I have questions about the structural integrity of this goat. It's okay. We know what you meant, Faulted. Faulted, you have a good rest of your day. Appreciate you. But then what is the giant goat's body doing? Because the goat is facing this way, and then its head is like almost 360 degrees backwards. And what is this? I didn't break the goat's neck. I didn't hurt the goat. Chad is trying to frame me for animal abuse. Thank you. I don't know. I don't know what to say to that. Although, I guess unnaturally contorted is like normal for goats, right? True. Yeah. How? Did you cut yourself while folding laundry, Tellen? What are you? Why are you folding your laundry with a series of large knives? What's the job name for that? This is like a bit from like a Cthulhu horror movie where like a lady's just like folding her laundry and except it's cutting her hands off. Well, one thing is for certain. After you're finished folding this laundry and you put the clothes on tomorrow, you're going to look really sharp. Someone boo this, man. I mean, not going to say I don't deserve it. Okay. Pull that lever. I'd say I'll be here all week, but that's not true. I'll be back on Monday. And once this is dug out, I can build over top of it. Did Friday not pan out? Fridays aren't in the schedule. What? Why would I stream on Friday? I have to be at the orthodontist at 10:30 in the morning on Friday. I'm getting a bunch of scans done. And also getting the rest of my replaced retainer. I have half of it right now. Okay, let's go all the way to here. I did a Friday stream. No, I have 3 sets. I have 3 days that are set on the schedule. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I throw in extra days here and there where it feels appropriate when I need to. And I did do a couple streams on Fridays. Yes, that is true. But they were never added permanently into the schedule. So, sorry if I communicated that poorly. Yes, I was doing a few Fridays, but that's not a permanent member of the schedule. I've also streamed on Saturdays, Sundays, Tuesdays. Well, I stream Tuesdays every week. No, we'll be doing a stream on Monday this week. Fridays are just very, very busy. I'll put it that way. For me, mostly it's like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays are the guaranteed days, and then I add in extra days as I feel able. Basically, like, in a world where I live with chronic pain, I can't guarantee that I can do more than my normal days. And even just the normal days are tough sometimes. A migrant has arrived. All right. After you empty them, it can't empty because it touches the edge of the map. Any water that touches the edge of the map will infinitely refill from the edge of the map. So, oh, there's a polar bear woman attacking. Well, I've caught a polar bear lady. Bunch of them, even. I'm kinda... trying to figure out how I can... Okay, you know what? Let's just send out you. It's adequate swords dwarf. Let's see how you do. Diamond, don't fail me. Alright, that's one dead. Diamond just, in cold blood, murdered a polar bear woman by simply, what's the word? Stabbing it in the head with her iron or bronze longsword, and the injured part is cloven asunder, and she says, "This is truly horrifying. Death is all around us. Begone, fear." Then attacks another polar bear person. This one, she is slashing it, tearing apart the muscle and spilling the guts, slashing it a second time, and an artery has been opened by the attack. Bits of polar bear viscera flying everywhere. I gotta say that the giant dingo did some work. Like, truly. Let's move you forward up. I think that the remaining ones are all caught in cages. Yeah, no, the best way to empty underground lakes is to just pour lava on them. I know that sounds kind of crazy, but that is the best way to empty them out. Make a pen pasture here. I'm going to put these 3 polar bear people here. Also going to pasture my, or not pasture, but station. What? Oh, I see the problem here. Bringing them out. We'll also bring the war dogs out. Love how it's just a bunch of children leading the bear people out. And this one immediately gets caught in a cage again. Good. Let's send you guys down this way. Just kill it. Kill it. Kill it. Can we? Why aren't we killing it? Just kill it. I guess they're trying to. The weaponsmith hacks the polar bear woman in the head with a bronze battle axe. The injured part is cloven asunder. Got him. All right, how many polar bears do we have left? Or polar bear people, rather, 2 more. We're chasing that one down and killing that one. And then we're going to kill this one. Pretty decent training, if nothing else. There we go. Not bad. You're now competent. All right, dwarves, you guys go back to whatever the hell you were doing before. All these bodies can go away. The bolts can go away. Smoke some friggin' hash, people. You have fun. Is that the base graphics that show entrails? Fun fact. Dwarf Fortress has shown entrails since, like, I think 2010 or something. Like, a really long time. Entrails are something that Dwarf Fortress has had as a aesthetic feature for a very long time. How did you get down here? The hell? I also somehow have a polar bear person down in the basement. Yesterday we were live for 11.5, and the day before we were live for 13.5. So, a short stream comparatively, but it's been a long couple days, yeah. Weaponsmith has revealed the presence of Duty's spells. The Coven of Blazes to a Marksdorf named Raoul. Is Raoul... Ooh, you're a visitor. Where are you from? The Glacial Letter of the New Boulder. So we've got ourselves a dwarf from a different faction. Curious about taking my artifacts. Meanwhile, Siomagus is telling a story. What's the story you're telling here, dwarf? In the mid-spring, the dwarf Whitcoat became the mayor. Well, rest in peace, Whitcoat. He died in an unfortunate collapsing snow accident in the tavern. Meanwhile, over here, Esmil's also telling a story. What are you telling? You are telling the story of how Cybrek became queen of the Insightful Handles. Also an interesting story. I like that logical conclusion from Elfie in the YouTube chat. Considering he's only just had his sandwich, he'll likely be going for a few more hours. That's the measure of time. There's pre-sandwich blind and post-sandwich blind. It's a very logical measurement of time in this world. I don't know, actually. I've got quite a bit of editing to do tonight. I'll be going for probably about 10 hours today. At least like another hour and a half. Just purely because like it's been a long couple of days and I still have quite a bit of editing I need to do tonight. Okay, so we're do you get an announcement? Only if people see it be taken. But this is where 3 of my artifacts are, and then I've got an artifact in here. These are my 2 busiest rooms in the fort, so it's pretty unlikely anything would be able to get out without being spotted. But it's possible. I'm also going to make some guest bedrooms. You're more of a post-sandwich modern or abstract enjoyer yourself? I tend to agree. You mean more like a actually post-sandwich mid-evening stream enjoyer? God, that's such a strange... YouTube has such strange wording. Show fan funding. Again, not wrong, but such an odd way of putting it. What? Oh, do I have non-space again? Oh, boy. So there's some weird issues, shall we say, with ice in Dwarf Fortress that can lead to null space. This is an example of null space. It's blocked. I can't build things here. The game thinks that there's things there when there isn't. Is that a void? Yes, it's unavoidable. See, it's blocked at this location. I don't know how to fix that. Can I channel it out? Nope. I can't. Literally just tried. Cashmere Goat has grown to become a weaponsmith. We have a child that just grew up who's already a weaponsmith. An apprenticeship, I suppose. Yeah, I don't know what to do with that tile. Guess we'll just leave it. Tavern gets a little void. It's unavoidable. We couldn't avoid it even if we tried. Tried DF hacks reveal? No, I can tell you for a fact that's not going to fix it. Yeah, no, that's not going to do anything. Because it's a discovered zone, that's the issue. But my bet's it's not going to do anything. Yeah, it's not going to do anything. I was right. All right, let's go down here and build some of these. Some of these. Oh, fine. To the pungent? This is the pungent. Back when other members of my stream team used to have like things that they called the pungent all the time, the running joke is that my stream is the pungent. We don't send people to prison for having a sense of humor. You want to punish humor? Go nuts. You see, I don't support for-profit prisons, so arresting people for no logical reason is illogical. I accidentally dug a hole into, like, an endless void, but aside from that, it's been fine. I'm also looking at my schedule. I haven't streamed on a Friday since November 3rd was the last time I streamed on a Friday. I just wanted to double check because, like, you know, I just had somebody asking, no, Fridays didn't work. I was like, I don't think I streamed on a Friday in a while. Yeah, Oni's a bit of a different game, though. Make it cave in. So, full disclosure, I had this happen in a glacier fort in an older version of the game. We tried literally everything you guys are suggesting, and none of them worked. We tried multiple DF hack commands. We tried, at the time, it was copy-paste the save to a different install of the game with DF hack. We tried caving stuff into it. We tried caving stuff in from underneath it, out from underneath it. We tried melting it. I tried pouring lava on it. I poured water on it. Nothing fixed it. So, I mean, I think the one thing that I would try maybe is pouring water on it again, but I don't expect it to do anything. I ain't chilling on Friday. No, I've got a lot of work to do on Friday, but it's just off-stream work. Yeah. You guys, it's hard to explain to people who don't do this for a living just how much time it takes to do non-stream related work related to stream. Try this. No, a chilling day for me is usually Monday. Let's see if this works. I'm wondering if the change in how physics of this version works will fix this. Nope. Uh-oh. And now this is an inaccessible ice block that they can't get to. So what I'm going to do is I am going to actually keep this. I'm going to channel this out. We're going to pour water in, and I'm just going to have just like an ice pillar there, and we'll just engrave it or something. It'll be our weird void ice pillar. See, yeah, they can't even dump this. They can't touch this because they can't cross it. Putnam is she. But I haven't spoken with her in a while because there hasn't been any major patches that she's been involved in. I made a video with her the last time a patch came out. But there hasn't been any since, so there's no reason to. Besides, I put up a an interview with Bay 12. What do you need? Oops, we gotta smooth it first. If you could see bodies frozen in ice, I don't know if that would be cool, man. It sounds mildly disturbing to me, but I guess we have different definitions of cool. Is this dwarf feeling better? This dwarf was having kind of a rough time. Doing a little bit better. How am I unemployed? Or wait, are you talking about Shaku being unemployed? Shaku's username is unemployed. Shaku isn't unemployed. Me and Shaku have been over this a couple times. I accused Shaku of having a false username at one point, and it was an entertaining back and forth, and then we went on with our days. I mean, Ryo Shincat, I have a question. Are you a cat? Like, actually? It's kind of the same level of, you know, username, the thing. Yeah, it's fine. We'll continue to ignore the hobo. Nothing has changed. Except for when hobo uses the best sound command. And we're bringing some more tables and chairs in. Still making iron crossbows. Okay, we've also made a ton more pipe sections. Let's jump back down, fly up here. You're inclined to not answer. Okay. This one? Those are like 10 seconds or more delayed for some reason today. So we'll hear that in like 10 seconds to 2 minutes, maybe. Which means I'm going to get randomly jump scared by the 90s. Excellent. The anticipation is killing me. I've lost track of time since I'm working your 5th day now, totaling 50 hours. I mean, Tuesday, Wednesday this week, I worked, or streamed, I guess, 24 hours in 2 days. It was like 13 and a half hours and 11 and a half hours. It was like more than 24 hours. It was something. And then after that, it was like, follow that up with today now. And then tomorrow's going to be a ton of editing and shit. It's like, yeah. Oops. Oh yeah, no, that makes sense. I to be fair, I was mildly confused. You'd even tricked me into thinking that I've been streaming on Fridays recently. But yeah, I know it can be a little bit confusing, but I keep kind of the floating schedule more for me than you guys. Like, it would be better for me to just stream at the exact same time every day, every week, with absolutely no... We'll hear those eventually, I swear.
This is Sparta!
Okay, why didn't the other...
Trigger this one.
Hold on. Why didn't the other one go off? Confusion ensues. There we go. Yeah, I don't know. I give up. I don't know what's going on. Streamlabs, you're drunk. Streamlabs, like, we sent off 69 notifications for gifted subs earlier today. We refused, and 150 yesterday, so we refused to give you more notifications. I love how there's just like a bunch of blood and then just a pile of blood and then vomit in the middle. Lovely. Happy, safe, wholesome fort. Streamlabs is sleepy. Yep. Streamlabs has finally realized they can be lazy because their biggest competition is like... I don't even want to get into it. Just an eepy little program, yeah. An eepy little program. Nothing to see here exactly. You're looking at what I'm doing, but have no idea. I am building a pump system to pump water from to pump lava from lava level all the way up to fortress level, so I can accidentally melt my entire fortress. For some reason, I assumed that there was more large trees up here. All right, well, let's just go out here and chop these down. It's time to irritate the caverns a little bit. You know, I'm just realizing that this fortress, this world is very short on... This world is very short on... like, forgotten beasts and such. Maybe it's because it's on normal savagery and the last one was had maximum savagery. It's probably got something to do with it. Kashmir Ghost, the weaponsmith withdraws from the society. Goat. There you are, Kashmir Goat. I always say ghost, but I mean to say goat. Perpetuum mobile? Not really. Pictures of cut gems, shining bars, skeletons. All right, let's just assume it's skeletons, which is always a safe one to assume. And, slaughter a puppy. You know? Yeah, they're 18. I mean, kids can go into, strange moods, too. They just need to have a moodable skill. Did you actually look up what was said, Elfie, or did you just migrate your shit taking my word for it? There you go, it is skeletons. All right, cool. Just glad to hear that you did your research. All right. Not cut gems. Lots of those. Do need a lot of cut gems, though. Skeletons. Stacked cloth. Cut gems. Okay. I'm going to try butchering a second dog. Oh, we found Lump dead. It's a bloody shame. Doctor isn't a mutable skill, so you're good. We'll see when we see a G-Fin. I need to make a clothing stockpile. I want a pigtail cloth. Okay, so it literally is like spider silk. I think that's probably the issue. Is I need spider silk, and I'm making silk crafts right now. So these silk crafts are getting all used up. Or the silk is getting all used up before this dwarf can claim it, I think, is the issue. It's only a fell mood if they say, if it says you get a full screen pop up and it says, they let out a yell, fell and terrible. Not to be confused with a foul mood, which is they begin to stalk and brood. But they don't kill dwarves for a stalk and brood mood. I don't think that's a thing that can happen on a tank, so. Okay, so we've got traders here once again. Now pause these silk crafts. And say, where in the world did all my ammo go? Let's just start selling used clothing. That's where we're at. So let's do this. Turns out we got lots of used shoes. All right, let's do all that. And then after that, we're going to go to all these amulets. And we'll do figurines as well. We'll do a bunch of item cleaning. Mon Pack Scares. What are you? That's a name I don't recognize. I'm assuming human? Oh, it's a lady consort. Of what faction? Rogan. Rogon is who you're married to. Member of the Belted Kingdoms. I just would like to inform all of you, chat, that the nearest elven civ, which I haven't looked at this screen yet today, is named the Wet Birds. I don't know what I'm going to do with this information. I don't know what you're going to do with this information. I would just like to inform you that that is the nearest elven civ. Ducks. Geese as well, yes. Not chickens. Chickens do not like water. Water danger. What's up, Mr. Runner? Yeah, I don't want a human. You're welcome to visit, though. That's interesting. Engraved ice looks like stone. Gets gray. So this is going to be a multi-bedroom setup. Except all of these bedrooms are going to be connected to the Frosty Chocolate. My tavern. So anybody staying in the fortress can go sleep in the Frosty Chocolate. I'm pretty sure my military could probably also sleep in those. With the huge words at the storefront, neon moisture to you. Is this like a ill hydrate situation? That's the only real logical outcome I'm coming to here. All right, let's request, I don't know, probably just more wood. Well, no, I don't actually need wood. I'm already at the situation where it's like I don't really need anything specific. Let's go to drinks. Request drinks. They need cheese and ash. It's an odd combination of things. There's a very snowy kitty running into the fort. Yes. Tea basins. I'm sure tea basins knows all about moisture. All right, let's see what they've brought us. We'll buy the meats, buy the fish. And get some leather. One piece of leather, then. Thank you for your business. Let's see how these are doing. Okay, so they are collecting webs and also weaving stuff into silk. I'm not one of those people, I'll be honest. The word doesn't bother me. But I kind of understand why people don't like it. I guess it's for the same reason I'm not a fan of the word dollop. Mostly because of the context that it's used. And what's also really funny is whenever I state that I don't like it, someone immediately starts just like using it in every sentence until I inevitably time them out. So please don't speedrun that. But yeah, I find that word mildly disturbing for some reason. I'm not even sure why. It just makes me nauseous for some reason. It's probably a similar thing. Like I said, please don't speedrun me timing you out on my stream. You deserve a timeout of this right now. You're okay. Delete's comment he was about to write. I mean, I have unmodded you to time you out before, Hobo. I'll do it again. You know I will. You can finally say the word again? Oh, gosh.
Let's take a lovely fruit, a tomato, remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit, garbage shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
Mm-hmm. Yep. Dwarf does need a lot of cloth. Here's hoping they don't go crazy and die again. Monies? That's not, is that even a word? Like, I might be completely off base here, but I don't actually think that's a word. Going to make a stockpile for beds. Fortunately, I literally just need wood. Because even though nobles demand them sometimes, it's the only material beds can be made out of. Unless it's an artifact, of course. All right, let's do that. And this can be connected to here. Load from here. Do none of this. And just bed. Specifically made of wood. Add all these. Oh, is it actually like a real word? I always thought that was a made-up word. Kind of like many made-up slang words are. Like it's a thing people say, but not actually real. But I guess I stand corrected. It doesn't anger the surface wildlife, it angers the cavern wildlife. It angers forgotten beasts and such. And the cavern critters. Let's go to kitchen. We're gonna make some meals. Let's make lavish meals. Let's do 150 of them. So I'm gonna go to the kitchen orders and I'm gonna be like, yo, nerds, for under no circumstance are you to cook plump helmets. And please cook all of the seeds, or most of them anyway. Don't cook the plump helmets on spawn. Don't cook the sweet pod seeds or the pigtail seeds. And for the love of all that is Armaki, don't cook any of my drinks, thanks. Nasty Ninja just told a story and then went on with his day. Oh my Christ, it's happening again. All right, so we can find out if this will save this dwarf. Because it's literally happening a second time. This is the hospital. I don't know what bug that is. No, this isn't even a hospital. This is just the bug where they just infinitely grab one resource for an artifact, and it's happened twice in a row now. I don't know about any hospital zone cloth bug, but I don't even know if they're related. Actually became a fortress name? Yeah. Yeah. It was too cool to let it to pass it up, really. Oh, I forgot to put a minecart on that spot, I think. Now let's get moved. $2,000 plus petition? I can't say I ever had 2,000 plus petitions. At least then you could just macro it. Make it all go away. Let's do that. Let's do this. And this. Untamed Wild, serious salsas unless you're stuck in an ads, in which case I will just simply type it in. Ah, shit. Earth just announced a new pressing of my favorite Earth record. Crap. Do I buy the Earth record? Anybody else here listen to Earth or just me? Xmas, mate, I got so many records in the mail that are various excuses to buy records for myself. It's a little silly. Got that sauce. For whatever it's worth, the digital album is $1. This is the most depression music. I'm pretty sure this entire album is just about lying down and starving to death. Like, the entire album is just, like, the most sadness, but, like, holy shit. It is wonderful. The From the Zodiacal Light is an incredible piece of music. Sounds like your day. Earth is wonderful. They are one of the hardest bands to search for, but they are fantastic. They're a Seattle indie group that's been around for forever. They are very famous because they're famous for playing very, very slowly. And it's largely just the drummer and then the guitarist, and then sometimes they tour with a vocalist. And the guitarist is, what's his name? Let me scroll down and see if I can spot it. I'm terrible with band member names. But anyway, he's once saying that his favorite band ever is Rush. He really, really, really likes Rush. He's like, Rush is great. I love Rush. They write really good riffs. I wish they keep singing and playing that one riff and then play it slower so I can hear more of it and hear really how he's playing it. And that's like their entire method of like writing music is like, hey, let's write a really cool riff and then play slight variations on that riff for the next 11 minutes with a very slow beat in the background. It's great. It's wonderful. I love it. It's also probably awful if you have depression problems, which I do, which is why I love it partially, but it can be hard to listen to sometimes, as much as I love it. What about Wind and Fire? Yeah, that's in another castle. Oh, same. Bees Made Honey in the Lion's Skull is... funnily enough, Bees Made Honey in the Lion's Skull is the way that I find Earth whenever I want to listen to Earth, is I look up Bees Made Honey in the Lion's Skull, not Earth, because it's way too hard to... Fuck it, I'll buy it. It's way too hard to, like, search for them. It's the shipping. Probably like $22 shipping. Nope, $23 shipping. It's $50 USD.
Crypt beer.
This is why buying records from the States sucks now. It used to be like $8 shipping from Seattle. Now it's like, oh, it's shipping from Seattle, so it's $27 for the record and $23.40 for shipping. So between shipping and the record itself, it's actually $70 Canadian. Ugh. Boy. I don't have to pay custom fees on stuff like this. Thanks, Trump. Made this shit so much more expensive, you asshole. All right, well, finally starting to build up. Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna buy it. Thinking about it. Thinking about it. Deadlies, thank you very much for the 5th month. Welcome back. Yeah, fuck it, I'll buy it. It's way too expensive. I'm not buying the purple one, though. I just want the black one. I'm actually like, if I'm given the option between colored or black, I always buy the black one. Should arrive somewhere around February. Okay. You had some tabletop RPG books from the USA, get customs fees added to them, and then with other orders from the same company, you have the charges added. It's confusing. That sucks. Yeah, I don't know. I've never had issues with customs and records specifically. I've had issues with customs and other things. It's not even for that reason. I just like my records to be consistent. I either buy only colored variants from a band or only non-colored, and I prefer the non-colored because they're usually cheaper. Even though the cost of production is virtually identical. So this, for a little bit, is probably going to be how we're going to defend this place. So we'll build overhang with battlements. If I'm going to buy a colored vinyl, my favorite one is white. Really like white. White records are super cool. Or the white and black, or the black and white sparkle, speckle like on BattleTech. Yeah, that's a good one too. I think just like white records is probably my favorite color variant. Some of the speckles get a little silly. Although I do have one of my copy of Wolf Hex by Wormwitch is what they refer to as shit stain brown, which is very funny because it's like this like beige with like this greenish brown splatter, and it literally looks like poo. It's very funny. I'm like, wow, they weren't joking when they called this color shit stain. They really were serious, weren't they? Wow. Really were serious. Chat, I have this problem right now. I kind of really want to play some Caves of Cud. But I've been streaming for 9 hours already, and I've streamed way too much this week. And I still have editing to do. We'll stream Cud on Monday. Maybe Sunday, if I suddenly feel generous. Tried getting into records a long time ago, but fell out. I think your favorite was the Deaf Haven. Deaf Haven's as somebody who's seen I always call them Deaf Haven. It's Deaf Heaven. Having seen Deaf Heaven twice, they're a very good band. Although oddly enough, the second time I saw them was just to see Holy Fawn a second time. No, it's more of a matter of time. You call them a Deaf Haven. It looks like, I think like if you take multiple words and jam them into one word as your band name and people fuck it up, you literally are like legally compelled to not get mad as a band. Like if you're doing that, you've waived all of your rights to complain. It's your fault for making up, like, a form of words that doesn't exist. Is that, like, every band name? True. Also, seeing Deaf Heaven live is always a fun experience because they're one of those bands that I feel like a lot of younger crowds get into. So whenever I see them, it's usually at a like 19 plus venue, which is pretty standard for most loud music here. And everybody is like either very early 20s or just turned 19. It's always everybody's first show. Like half the people I talk to at those shows, it's always like, oh yeah, no, it was my first show. Never been to a show before. It's kind of interesting because I'm so used to like thrash metal shows where it's like, it's a bunch of old dudes. Some are named after cities. True. I wonder if more than one person in this chat knows the band Chilliwack, speaking of named after cities. The band who their last album they wrote was literally all about how their music career failed and how nobody listened to them. But hey, they got to produce Bryan Adam records, so that's cool. Cars, the Eagles, Queen, Journey. Yeah, those are all names. How dense is ice? I have no idea. I would have to look at the wiki. Why are you wondering? 'Cause fall damage? I quit. What the fuck? This is so stupid. Man. It's 2 dwarves in a row, man. 2 dwarves in a row. I think I'm going to let that dwarf just sit there and then take this save file and send it to Putnam and be like, Nani the fuck, can you fix this, please? Or at least, like, do something about it because it's happening so often now. I have no idea where that statement came from, Emilio, but money corrupts. Wealth makes people insane. It 1000% does. I've seen it firsthand myself. Because what happens is money forces you into a smaller and smaller and smaller group of people. Because the wealthier you get, unless you're an extremely giving person, the wealthier you get, the more threatened you feel by people that are lesser than you. And so thus, a cycle begins of, well, you have a lot of wealth now. So, more and more and more of the people you know are wealthy, which creates an echo chamber. Most common echo chambers are things like Facebook groups or social media circles. The tighter and more close-knit your echo chamber, the different it slowly changes how you think. And this goes tenfold for wealth. So the denser the echo chamber that you are in, slowly changes how you think. Wealth is one of the biggest examples of that. Anyway, don't know where that came from, but Riley was really bummed. First time we visited Canada because he was 18. It was the legal drinking age in Canada is 18, except in BC where it's 19. That's not true. Not all provinces have 18. Most of them are 19, but a bunch of them do have 18. I think it's just Quebec actually that is 18. It was nice and chill. The bees made the bees made honey in the lion's skull is one of their only acoustic records. So yeah, it is very chill. But if you listen to the ones that have lyrics, Jesus Christ, they get dark so fast. That makes sense, classified, yeah. Once again, I don't know how this conversation started, Emilio, but I couldn't disagree with you more. It's neat that you've had that experience, but that is not the norm. Power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely, and money is a big source of power. Ontario's 19, Quebec is 18. Yeah, there you go. To the French side to drink and the ones coming back. That's funny. Yeah, I mean here, like, we're so close to the like Washington state border that like if you hang around in a bar for long enough, you'll run into random American kids who just are 20 or 19 and they drive up here to drink all the time. Hell yeah, Budgie. You're betting half an inch in the UK shots. Apparently it snowed today here. I haven't looked outside though. I doubt it's stuck. It wasn't cold enough to. It's supposed to get a little tonight as well. And then it's supposed to be like 6 degrees and pelting rain for the next week. You had 4 drinks on your 21st birthday in order. I don't remember. I get an Amber Ale and ANF, a 3 Wise Men shot, and which I do not recommend. On my 19th birthday, my parents to this day deny that they did this. They took me to the pub, a local pub, bought me 2 beers, and then dropped me off at work. They insist they didn't do that, and I vividly remember wearing my work pants to the pub, and then my parents dropping me off at work. And I told my manager too. I'm like, I think I'm slightly tipsy, and she goes, "What in the world?" I'm like, "It's my 19th birthday." And she's like, "Why are you here?" I'm like, "Cause you scheduled me." And she goes, "Yeah, I know, but like, what?" I worked that whole shift. It was a long night. I don't know. It was pretty sad, actually. I don't know if it was great. It was maybe like one of the most underwhelming 19th birthdays ever. It was a pretty shitty shift, too. I wasn't drunk, but I was buzzed, is what I would say. It wore off pretty quick. I was fine by like I got to work at 10 o'clock, and I was fine by like 11:30, midnight. Just kind of drank a bunch of water and coffee in the first half of the shift, and then just kind of got to it. At least we managed to stabilize moods a bit. Started building this tower. Let's see what's on the map right now. Just those giant puffins. Yeah. A dwarf necromancer bard. A lot of people don't like you. I wonder why. Interesting. Rumored lash creature's hair crown. This is a rumored lash's creature's hair crown. He's killed three rumored lashes creatures in Bristlewish. And you're wearing a rumored lashes creature hair earring, same thing hair crown, and same thing hair bracelet. Something's not right about this dwarf. Also, butter glide. This dude likes gliding on butter, I think. Make money and you an enhanced version of you, and you get corrupted where you were corrupted before and you didn't even. You read an article about DF where I read that sorry for the off topic. Money make you an enhanced version of you. If you get corrupted, you were corrupted before and you didn't know it. No, absolutely not. You can keep stating this, that money doesn't corrupt people. You can keep stating that all you want. I'm not going to agree with you. So I don't understand the purpose of you continuing to state this. I mean, excellent. Thank you. You've proven the ability that you have the ability to speak. But that's not benefiting this conversation at all. You are unfortunately completely incorrect in your assessment. Are there good people who have lots of money? Absolutely. Does money corrupt you? Absolutely. These are both truths. So you denying a fact is kind of a pointless endeavor, and I'm not sure why you're doing it. I'm also still not sure where this came from in the conversation. Money equal power, power equal corruption. And I already explained to you why. Because it shrinks the amount of people that you're able to be friends with. So I don't know. I give up. I don't know why you keep bringing this up, dude. Right. We move up here. Ice go there. Ice go here. I'm going to... very few dwarves have died, actually. It's been pretty calm, all things considered. Such amazing talent in these times. Fair enough. Thank you. There's also some truth in that, T-Basins. I mean, like, there's people that are born wealthy, right? And they're kind of the strange exception to the rule. But essentially what we're discussing is we're discussing people who amassed wealth. Okay, what kind of personality do you need to amass wealth? Let's think about this for a few seconds. You need to give very little shit about other people's well-being. You have to be okay with ripping people off. You have to be okay with screwing people over. And you have to be okay with forcing your way up the ranks in society to be able to earn more. All right, cool. That's how one gets wealthy. That is how capitalism works. That is what capitalism rewards. Look at the personality traits of the wealthiest people in the world. You think the contrary. Have you ever worked for somebody? Because like, okay, I give up. Give up. If you don't drop the subject right now, I will time you out for the remainder of the stream. I just don't want to discuss this with you. You're just disagreeing for the sake of disagreeing. If you have a completely different life experience, that's incredible. You are a one-of-a-kind person. Nobody else has ever had that experience. Yeah, now they just pretend to build rockets and instead build dysfunctional rockets. That is a spider monkey. I don't know, the dwarves made it. Also, serious salsas. Why salsas? What kind of salsas? What's best salsas? I like a fermented salsa. I need to try making fermented salsa next year. I bought a jar of fermented salsa relatively recently, and it was delicious. Then do it, Big Bang. Make sauerkraut all the time. I make sauerkraut when I was literally sitting here going, why aren't they building this? The game's paused. I make sauerkraut when I have ample access to organic cabbage. Usually after I grow a bunch. I have like about 2 liters left in my fridge from my summer batch. Not too hot, not to numb the mouth. Got you. You don't still want to taste your food? Yeah, no, I get you. Right there with you. I like making fire kraut. If I'm making, my two favorite types of kraut are fire kraut and purple kraut. Purple kraut's where you use beets as a flavor additive, which is delicious, by the way. And then fire kraut is when you use hot peppers of your choice, and then carrots. So the last day, you open the jar up and you shave it. Buddy, I told you to end the subject, okay? I'm so happy for you that you studied marketing, and in the past way to... I'm so happy that for you and your experience when you studied marketing a lot in the past, and that was the way you exceeded by doing the opposite of what you think. I'm so happy that you feel that way, but you are so incredibly fucking wrong. It is not even remotely funny. And I told you, if you bring it up again, I will time you out. So I'm going to live by my word and time you out. I warned you, bud. I did. I asked you to drop the subject. But you're insisting on keeping it going. So complicated. Because you have had the ability to study, you clearly do not know what it's like to live without money. This argument reminds of a guy in the history class you're taking who doesn't know how to drop a subject yet. That's half of Twitch chat most of the time. It's like we clearly vehemently disagree on this subject, so keeping it going does what? Anyway, I'm building a front gate. That's what I'm doing. Is sourdough bread? I wish I had the patience to make bread. I've tried a couple of times, and every time I really start to get into it, I very quickly go, right, yeah, I don't have the patience for this. And then I stop, and then I don't try for like 2 years, and then I try again. And then I do it again. But yeah, then for fire kraut, then you grate carrot, and that's the last thing you do, and then put that in the day before it's finished fermenting, and you stir it up. It's so good. I love putting just like random spices and things into kraut. It's very good. You just get frozen bread that you rise and bake. Yeah, that's fair. What type of... It's using mudstone, right? Yep. I was actually expecting this fort to be a lot more challenging. Not gonna lie. I was expecting to have a lot more threats, especially early on. My little sister brought a sourdough starter on a plane, which I'm still impressed by. Brought a sourdough starter on a plane home from Quebec when she moved back here from Quebec. I prefer long bread, really. Suited giraffe. Building a throne room out of nothing but gold and silver bars because I'm rich and corrupt and powerful and I don't fucking care about other dwarves and other fortresses, yeah. Damn right. Spoken like a true dwarf. I'm still flabbergasted at how that conversation started in the first place. I have no idea where that even came from. It depends on if you're French or not. And also, I'm not French, so I can't actually give you the proper answer to that. I also don't speak French. But you're probably stuck in an ad right now. Found some very easy to use recipes for bread, both regular and sourdough. Gotcha, if you're interested. You live in Quebec? Well, which part of Quebec? Guy probably felt defensive about their own wealth. Well, the fact that they said that they've studied marketing in the past makes me go, ah, right, got it. I understand where this argument's coming from. Wealthy people are the nicest people I've ever met. I've met plenty of wealthy, nice people. Absolutely. It doesn't change the fact that it changes how you think. Because being poor changes how you think. 45 minutes north of Montreal? Cool. Yeah, I like going out to Montreal. I think I prefer Quebec City, though, just as a place to visit. But yeah, ask the person from Quebec how you say Quebec, because I'm from BC. I'm about as far from Quebec as you can be. Sorry for continuing this subject. I guess there's one final thing I would like to say. I didn't understand how to operate as a human until I was homeless for 3 months. Gave me a very different perspective on literally everything. And it's also why I still operate in a very careful way. And also a reason why I will probably never be rich. Because I have no interest in it. Rather give all my shit away. Marketing guys are always 100% clueless. That's a funny through line there. It's not possible. That's a funny little bit. I did a lot of couch surfing. It was a lot of coworkers, because I had a job at the time too. It was a lot of coworkers, garages, crashing in coffee shops, occasionally sleeping outside. Hey, mate, pasta's delicious. Doesn't matter how much money you have in life, I'm still eating pasta. Like, I could be a multi-millionaire and I'd still eat pasta. That's fine, Shinira. I got by. It's okay, I won in the end. I have the best job ever. There's so many kinds of pasta. Yep. Have you ever tried since we were talking about baking and cooking and stuff, have you ever tried making your own pasta? Some flour, some eggs, some water. Okay, so up here, I'm gonna make 4 rock hatch covers. And this is going to eventually be the front door of the fortress. Up here. We're gonna make a bridge that goes from here to there. The entire perimeter of this is eventually gonna get dug down. All the way down to this stone layer, so basically down to -6. So it'll be a 6-layer deep trench around this thing. We're gonna fill that up with lava. Because the fort has gotten a little bit passive today, though, I think when we return to this fortress on Tuesday, I'm gonna have to go out of my way to aggravate the baddies a little bit because things have been a little quiet. Like, I was kind of hoping we'd be getting attacked by nature at this point, getting some agitated wildlife or something. Aside from like that one, didn't feel anything while watching a performance. Interesting. Aside from that one like series of like bear attacks, we really haven't had much. You just make pierogi? Okay, but like, I'll take your pierogi and raise you gnocchi. Let's make a copper bridge because it'll be so bright. Gnocchi is incredible, and homemade gnocchi is even better. And I always feel like I'm saying it wrong. You never actually had it, really? Oh my god. Trivial Minds, right? Mm-hmm. Very much so. Stuff's delicious. It does count as cutting down trees for elf aggression, yes. Although Tarn says he's been because like now we have so many more cavern level threats. Tarn was saying a couple months ago that he's thinking about changing that so it doesn't, which I think is fair because the caverns are kind of danger now. Bulk flowers. I like how T Basins is just like, I got this math like right there for you. Bang, done. It's like I used to buy tofu pretty frequently because I like firm tofu. I know that not everybody likes firm tofu, and that's fine. I quite like firm tofu. I've started making my own tofu because I realized how much cheaper it is. I have like 3 batches of tofu in my fridge, and then like 2 in my freezer. It's something. Why would elves care about mushrooms anyway? So in real life, trees, this is a sentence. In real life, trees use mushrooms to communicate. This is how you end up with living stumps. Or like mother trees or whatever they're called. The trees that like extend their roots underneath, connect them to a dead stump's roots, and then the stump comes back to life. The reason they know that that stump is there is because of the mycelium mushroom networks. And, mushrooms actually make connections from tree root to tree root so that the trees can communicate, which is nuts, and also so that they can send nutrients from one tree to another. So in dense old growth forests like we have here, what's the word? I don't even know what you're talking about, Hobo. So that the trees, the little baby trees underneath the old growth can still get energy from the sun even though they're getting almost no sunlight. Dabba 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 dabba, yes. Devilish potato, well, actually, all the dove. Oh! Okay. Am I going to learn how to drift? Well, I can't drive, so I would have to get working eyeballs first, but I'll keep that in mind. Deja vu. I need to actually watch that show. I've seen, like, the odd episode, but I've played the games. Mushrooms are fucking rad, dude. I, like, genuinely, there's a reason there are mushroom people. And I don't mean, like, the little walking mushroom people in Dwarf Fort. I mean, like, people that are genuinely just, like, obsessed with mushrooms and can't stop talking about mushrooms. There's a reason it's an obsession. It's because mushrooms are cool. My favorite statement ever about mushrooms is from a dude from like Vancouver Island here who says that there is more connections in the average there's more connections in the average mushroom network than in or mycelium network than in the human brain, and the same signals are traveling across them. Not saying mushrooms are intelligent or anything, or remember anything, or see us, or are plotting our demise, but I'm sure at least one of you have played The Last of Us. This is the like quick and dirty idiot's take on how mushrooms work. Okay, I'm not trying to dive into the deep science of the thing, but that's my attempt at a TLDR. And if I cleared that and the forester isn't gonna like take an axe on my head, then I think we did okay. Fungal hive minds and the like. There's a pretty good documentary called Fantastic Fungi, which I recommend to people who find this subject interesting. Fancy copper bridge, yeah, that's what I thought. I feel like this fort doesn't have enough color in it, so I figured copper would be a nice way to color it up. I'm thinking what I'll do is I'm going to build this up into a tower like right here next, and this is going to be my Marksdwarf's tower, and our initial defenses are gonna be, we're just gonna shoot stuff off this bridge. With dwarves up here, and stuff will fall off, and we'll have Mark's dwarves up in this tower, and Mark's dwarves up in a tower over here, because we'll build this up into a tower, and we'll build this up into a tower, so we'll have 3 towers kind of coming up here, and so we'll have 2 Mark's dwarfs battlement towers, and then the main tower kind of here, and this is going to have squads in it, so... That's my actual, like, design plan for this. But we need to start pissing off things, because I'm too far away from anything for them to attack me by themselves. I haven't looked in, like, 4 hours. I wonder how many views my video from this morning got. My video from this morning, which I recorded on stream. I almost never do live reaction videos, and here we are. I've done 2. Both of them are courtesy of the PC gaming show. Damn, almost 6,000. God damn. Could build a lava spout designed to pour lava on the bridge. It would melt through my roof. I mean, it wouldn't just melt through the copper bridge. It would melt through the copper bridge and melt through this and melt through this and melt through this and melt through this and melt all the way down. Or actually it would melt through this, and then all of this would turn into obsidian and a lot of dwarves would die. So while that might be a really cool idea, I don't think that would be very safe. No, the actual long-term plan is around here and here, I'm going to build lava cannons. I mean, if you type in ! Goal, the goal is to build lava cannons right here. Right about here. And then if they make it past the lava cannons, then they'll get killed by my Mark's dwarves. That is what I want to do. Meanwhile, this dwarf is still done the thing. Good lord. Yeah, and then I think also set this whole fortress up so that I can pull one lever and collapse the entire thing into lava. Because wouldn't it be rad if I channeled out underneath this entire thing all the way around? Doomsday device, yes. And then when we dig too deep, we cave the great frozen castle to the caverns. You know what's actually freaky is I still haven't found the second cavern lair. Like, I've got this one and this one, but I haven't found the second one. So I managed to miss it twice. Atlantis, I like it. Atlantis, more like Atlant-nice. And, you know, the fortress is already guarded by a great stray dingo who, deserves a full heal, I think. He's a good boy. Is he? She's a good girl. That's what she is. Best pupper regardless, though. Nope. Calcium Crypt is definitely my bot. Calcium Crypt has had various names over the years. Old Joe over here. I don't understand why they have to be that way. Something, something, eat my baby? How much grimmer can you get than that? Maybe I don't want to know. Stoked just to think about my adventure mode content. You know, I said this earlier. I'm both extraordinarily excited for adventure mode and absolutely terrified about adventure mode. Actually, I wonder. If I remove everybody from the burrows, will that fix this? Nope, doesn't look like it. How many of these do I need to forbid before you go do something else? Uncivilinger, thank you very much for the 3rd month with Prime. Welcome back. Yeah, no, that's the gist. Yeah, okay. Kobolds ate my baby. Dingoes ate my baby. Blah, blah, blah. Yes. Shut the front door. All right. I'll remember what that means. Badoink. There we go. Did the baby get in fact eaten by a dingo? I mean, it has to have happened, right? It's one of those parables where it's like, that has to have happened. There's no way that hasn't happened. That's absolutely happened. This down here all the way to the end is fortifications. So I need 2. Three, 1, 2, 3. Dingo ate my baby. Baby 100% for confirmed got ate by dingo. I mean, I'm like, children have been eaten by wolves, right? They're both just wild dogs. So children have been eaten by coyotes and cougars. Those are just the local animals we have around here. I mean, yeah, I don't know. That's something that I always find very amusing, actually, is like a lot of people are like, I don't know if how true actually scared people are, but people are like kind of scared of Australia because of, well, people from here are scared of Australia because of like how crazy some of the wild animals are. And then people in Australia are scared of here because of how crazy our wild animals are. I think that's always mildly amused me. I mean, we have, like, wolf spiders that are that big here. Bears are fucking scary. The scary thing about our big... this is how I understand it. In Canada, we have big, scary animals that will kill you. They will absolutely murder you. But you don't see them. Ever. The forests are always quiet and empty and dark, which is very brooding and creepy. In Australia, they're everywhere and tiny. Here, they're giant. But that's also not totally true. You still won't see grizzlies. Like, even if you go to an area that has grizzlies, you're not really gonna see grizzlies. It's like, you're not going to see moose. Like, they're pretty good at avoiding people. Unless you're going out of your way to see them, in which case you're the problem and you need to stop. Get out of there, nasty ninja. Come on. If you come across a bull moose, just don't hit it with your car, because the moose will win. So we're going to connect these two, and then I'm going to pull the lever right after that done. It's not going to power this whole thing up. We can unforbid this. Elk, I've never seen an elk, but I've heard them. Elk screaming is like it's like an insane banshee having a heart attack. Elk are the scariest fucking sound I've ever heard in my life. And I say that without any irony. Like, elk are terrifying, and not for any reason other than they sound freaky. Omegas, welcome back for a second month. The wildlife that you're truly scared by are hippopotamuses. Hippos are pretty scary, yeah. For me, the only ironically, the only thing that really scares me in my local forests, aside from cougars, which is kind of a given, but cougars are pretty shy, and if you travel in groups, you're basically fine. The only thing that really scares me about my forests are ticks and devil's club, which is a plant. I'm planning to make a tutorial for a DF hack setup. You mean like the settings that I use? I've been planning. I'll be honest. I've been like beat and depressed a lot recently. I haven't been making as much content as I should. As well as like also working on a lot of side projects that don't involve making YouTube videos. One specific side project actually. But in my notes list, I've had Dwarf Fortress recommended settings for a while and DF hack recommended settings, which are two videos that I want to make. What's spooky about Devil's Club? I slipped and fell about 3 meters off of a small ledge once and landed in a patch of Devil's Club. Just look up Devil's Club burns. It's got huge leaves, and the leaves are all covered in these tiny little spines. And it's like the worst cactus you've ever fell on and can give you extraordinary rashes and burns. What are the recommended settings again? Turn literally everything off except for searching. And like if you, it's too many to go through, man. I'd need to like make a list and then read through them. Let's just make sure all the dwarves are out of here. Yep. But yeah, no, you do not want to get hit with Devil's Club. Devil's Club is unpleasant. Yeah, that stuff's, I probably should have said that stuff can be pretty not safe for life. It's unpleasant. Like a thistle on steroids? Well, here, I mean... Trying to find a safe image of Devil's Club that doesn't have any burns. This is a Devil's Club, which is funny because it looks like a maple leaf, but they're covered in these, and also they do weird like collapsing things. They're creepy, but they're large. Like this is a dude standing next to one. These are tiny. That's a very small Devil's Club. They're like a meter across. Those leaves can get. They get huge, and they grow in these huge patches, these massive patches. And if you get caught in one, like, oh boy, just fucking call a helicopter. So if you're stuck in a Devil's Club and you get attacked by a wild cougar, even if she's pretty and has drinks, like, dude, you're fucked. I play at 80 FPS, although I would increase it to higher. Does the map exit for the river need to be on the same level, or can it go down a few levels? It can go down a few levels, yeah. It can absolutely go down a few levels. I'm just being lazy with this one, and lava's like right here. So there's nowhere I can really go with it, because the lava sea's like literally right there. Fucked. Yes, that's what I said. You heard me. Although I would like to remind everybody of my favorite BC Park sign. Around by Hayward Lake here in BC, there is a trail. It's 22 kilometers. It goes around the entire lake. It's a lovely hike. It's very flat, not too hard, unless it's the hottest day of the year, which is the last time I did it, which was rough. But it's a great hike. I recommend doing it if you're ever in town. Beautiful lake. You get to cross over 2 dams. It's wonderful. There is a sign at the very beginning of that hike by the power connector for one of the dams, or for the distribution plant for one of the dams, that says, "Warning, cougars in area, especially dangerous to single men traveling alone." It's my favorite sign. And it's an official BC Park sign, which is the best part about it. So you'll start to see the power on this thing jumping up. See, it's 100. It just needs to be deeper, so we need to wait a little bit for this to fill up. That wasn't in the damn video. No, because I hadn't started filming yet. We did have a good chuckle over it, though. Best hand job in town. Yeah, that's pretty good, too. I like self-aware funny signs. No, if you're traveling with other people, you're fine. That's the joke, right? It's only if you're single and traveling alone. Jesus. I'm just like killing dwarves that keep on breaking this. There goes Cashmere Ghost or Goat. Unfortunately, I want those artifacts to keep going, and I don't want to get any more of these failed things. So I'm going to move this workshop up to here. So I'm tired of this happening. butchered Bong and they have merch. I feel bad for anybody with the last name Bong. Or maybe I don't. I don't know. All right, aside from the fact that that square is going to bother me until I have enough blocks to fix it, this is a really nice looking fort. I'm really happy with how this little entry walkway I just put together looks too. That's going to be fun to work on. With the last name Bong. It's very easy to make friends with stoners pretty quick if you're already a stoner too. You know a guy in the Marines with the last name of Boner? Oh boy. Well, chat room. Looking at the time streamed, we've been live for 10 hours and 2 minutes. Tee-hee indeed, Ruby. Tee-hee. And ads just started. Well, what I gotta say is I think today's been a good stream. You know? I think we did well. I've streamed for 10 hours. We keep working numbers, keep going. Mate, I'm exhausted. I hope you're joking, because I'm not going to keep going. We're good for the day. We streamed for 10 hours yesterday. We did 11 and a half. The day before that, we did 13 and a half. This has been a long week. Thanks for hanging out, Salsas. Apologies for the awkwardness with the person being all strange. But, you know, we made a lot of good progress. I mean, like, we started today with, like, basically, like, this, and we've expanded out to all this. You know, we set up our mayor's the offices up here. We've got our prison set up down, which we haven't needed yet, which is incredible. We got all of these bedrooms. We got a bunch of crafting going. We did a bunch of trading. We finished up. We made our food more or less stable. We broke into the caverns down here, expanded out, built walls. The dwarves are actually kind of just running around free down here. We need to get some sand industry going down here pretty soon. This is close enough to the lava that it wouldn't actually be too hard to get sand going. Are these spinning? These ain't spinning yet, but they'll be spinning soon. It's just a matter. I may actually have to go into here and plug this side. Oh, no, I see what's happening. This just needs to travel to the end. It's going to take a little bit. Dude comes up and says, "Your name is Stone Hobo. Do you smoke?" Me, smoke what? And he goes, "Do you want some Do you want some?" I'm like, "Me, sure." Boom, instant friends. Yeah, there you go. Which party was that? All right, that was at the Airbnb that you were staying at. That you were hanging out with a bunch of random people, and then you ran into the mutual guy. Yes, now I'm remembering that story. I'm like trying to recall that story. You finished drawing your Christmas cards? Hell yeah! So we built this artificial river down here. We built about half of the pump stack. So I figure by the end of next stream of this fort, I will have attacked people because my military's going. I mean, Diamond is learning the ways of the dwarf up here and is now a talented swords dwarf who has killed 3 polar bear people. I need to get you a better sword, though. This dwarf is going to start training some more dwarves, and then we're going to go start attacking things. I'm not sure what, or maybe stealing things. We'll be doing something. There's plenty of stuff around the world that we can go aggravate and piss off and beat the crap out of it. It'll be a good time. Of the Secret. That's a funny name for a book. So there'll be plenty of things around here that we can go bonk. So we'll have a pretty decent time with that, I think. And yeah, then we can start working on making this area a little bit more exciting. The problem is we're just kind of too far away from these humans that we're at war with. So we could just start going after that, making the human angry, help them out, help out the main faction, because they're currently fighting back and forth. They're still attacking Safesmith. Yeah, we need to attack these guys. This town, Clutch joined. And it also appears that the elves are being invaded by the humans up there, so... Also, it looks like my dwarves have made more helixes out here. That's interesting. Although the humans have taken over one of my helixes, which is not so interesting. So, I think that is a solid progress for today. We also got our Marks dwarf set up, although we've managed to completely run out of ammunition, and I'm very perplexed as to why. We'll make more iron bolts. It'll be fine. Managed to completely run out of ammo. I guess they finally like managed to break all of the arrows, or all of the bolts rather. So I'll queue up a bunch more of those. We haven't even been scouted by goblins yet, which is a surprise to me. But overall, fantastic stream today. You guys were extremely kind. We are going to be turning off the YouTube stream now. So people over here on Twitch, you want to say goodnight to the lovely folks over in the YouTube chat? That'd be great. And don't just run off, though, because we are going to go raid somebody. We're going to go make somebody's day. But good night, folks on YouTube. If you would like to raid with us, hop over